Have everybody's attention. Thank you. The folks that are on the Zoom call, you may be able to see behind me, you're being projected, at least for the moment, onto the screen. So if there are periods where there are things that need to be said from the Zoom call, we think that we will be able to hear you. We may or may not, and we will, I'll just say right from the beginning, be prioritizing I will count here in a minute, but the 25 or 30 people here in the room, and particularly the partners. I'll note that we don't have, oh, we do have Becky. So Becky Fry, if you would unmute yourself, you'll be, unless Ryan is on, which I don't see, you'll be the APHIS rep, and then we will have a full swath of the partners. I'll talk in a minute for just about the pandemic things that are happening here protocol-wise, and maybe just some challenges that we have with the Zoom call. But I think we want to first start with an opening. So I'm going to turn it over to Quincy. If the partners could get your Zoom call, your Zoom on the screen, so your face is on the screen. Looks like Mike didn't bring his. Can you guys set up, and then the folks on the Zoom call will be able to see you. If you set up, Kaylani, I believe, said to have everybody set up with their microphone off on Zoom, then only turn your microphone on when you're speaking. So we'll give it over to Quincy, and you don't have a projector either. You don't have a screen in front of you. All right. So you'll be able to hear Quincy, and I think, Kaylani, if you can't hear us, can you let us know now before we get started and Quincy introduces us Nakia?
Sure, you're coming in loud and clear. But reminder, everybody in the event center needs to turn off their speakers on their devices if they are also on the Zoom, otherwise we'll get feedback.
Okay, that will be me. I'll do that right now. And we're going to turn it over to Quincy, please.
Yeah, Tasmania, we thank you everybody for coming in. Thank you to the staff here. At this time, we're going to call upon Keto Williamson to come up, and any other seniors that want to come up and join us. Start out with the prayer and the song. Thank you.
Yeah.
Kanunam tamalwit ki kina ka oikasle ki padu lautips ka walu telekin ka timanit ka kanid ka oikasle ilakawan hiwasi ka ikuin hiwas nunam anakanma hiwasi kinawatis pa kayo ki kalal ki ka nunam wakiswit Kaps now and nabutik oikalo nunam to cook he was he skitpa ki wako ki tamapayaks. On this day, my relatives, as I welcome you to this homeland of our people, and that our way in which we engage one another, the way in which we engage on behalf of these things that are so important to us through the idea of the timas, the paper, what's written, the laws, the rights in which we're established by treaty. But for us here, beyond that is what teaches us about our responsibility. And so today, with this song that talks about our law, our tamalwit, our law that ties us and holds us responsible to this land and holds us responsible to this way of life that was given and this life that was provided to us. So on this day, to be reminded, to remind ourselves of that great law that our people followed, that our elders, those 58 leaders of the Nez Perce people and other tribes that signed that sacred document in 1855, So with that, we're going to offer a song in the way in which we do here in this area, the Columbia River Plateau, that talks about the foods and how they're counted, how they're named. And this place where we're meeting is where that happened across the river. You'll see large stones, and all of us tribes here, the treaty tribes, talk about when the time of creation, when all the animals were lined and named and counted, and when we were put on this land. And on the other side is those big rocks is testimony to that time. And so with this in mind, I'm gonna sing one of our songs that come from here that we use in all of our longhouses up and down the river.
Wow. Thank you very much for the opening. Kaylani, why don't we share my screen now? I think I just need to do it.
Yep, you're good to share.
Okay. All right. So my name is Scott Bischke. I've been lucky enough to facilitate, I was told Carl last night, I think, or maybe it was Tom, 46 meetings I just saw in my slides, in my folder. So I always appreciate the chance to be here. I want to go through just a couple of things before we get started regarding, make sure that we're showing up there. And Kaylani, I'm assuming that if it doesn't show up on the screen for the Zoom call, you'll let me know. That just a couple of challenges that are sort of unique to today. The first one is maybe the simplest, and it's about the pandemic. And I don't know about all of you, but I personally have only been in a Zoom call since a year ago, March. So this is my first time I've been in a meeting with people, and that may be true of some of the rest of you and may not. I know Quince and I talked about the likelihood that we'd have less people here, partly because of that, and it makes for a more intimate gathering, which is wonderful. And for the folks in the Zoom call who can't see, we have people gathered around mostly in just a big circle. I'm going to just ask, we talked to the NPT, sorry, I forgot the name of the emergency response group, but if there's anybody in the room who's not vaccinated, if they would, we're doing this just all on honor, but if they would make sure and separate themselves and have a mask on, just we'll go into the record that we asked that and ask people to comply with that. The tribe has provided all kinds of masks and hand washing stuff and so on. And you'll see, I usually take pictures anyway, but I'll be taking some photos just so we can document everyone who is here in case there were some kind of a event, which we fully 100% do not expect, but just to make sure we know everyone who is here. There's a sign-in sheet on the table in the middle, and given the way we're set up, I'll probably just grab that and pass it around. Also recognition that smoke and fire, I know Marty and Mike came through the middle of the Lolo, but other people apparently did not, so be curious to hear about that and just recognize that that's conflagration that's going on right now. And then finally, the Zoom call logistics, we think we might have it in hand. We practiced for 2 hours yesterday, but unfortunately our IT person is not here right now to kind of hold my hand through this. So we hope it will work for the people who are out in the Zoom world. We do have a quorum with the exception of Becky being online and for APHIS, and Becky will invite you in at any time that you need to, as if you were here. Everyone else, if you could just stay on the Zoom call and only raise your hand, and Kaylani can be in charge of letting us know if there's anything going on there. For the people in Lapwai, if you have your screen on, we found yesterday that if you can mute your mic except for when you're talking, and it sounds like if we use these microphones, that they're able to hear us, so you may not even have to unmute your self when you're talking. Quincy, anything else to start? Yeah, we'll get to that in a sec. Okay. We'll do introductions in just a second, and we'll hit everybody in the room, and we may do the Zoom call folks too, although that may be confusing.
Hey,
but
Scott.
Also just, oops, sorry, is there?
Just so, I'm not sure if this was intentional, but all we can see is your email screen.
Oh, really? Because up on our screen, it says I'm sharing, and up on the screen, it shows, let's see. Let's hide that. Okay. How about now?
Same thing. What you need to do when you go to screen share is you need to share that window.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
And that's not showing right now?
There you go. Now we can see it.
All right. All right, those are the challenges I just went through. You didn't miss anything. And in fact, truthfully, we don't have any presentation slides today except for just this few that I'm going to go through. So this should not be a big issue. We start every meeting reminding that we haven't been together since Ryan was the lead partner in December of 1.5 years ago, that the IBMP has 2 goals: to maintain a wild free-ranging population of bison and to address the risk of brucellosis transmission, to protect the economic interests and viability of the livestock industry in Montana. Those came out of the 2000 record of decision. The housekeeping for the folks here, in case you haven't seen it, the bathroom's out the back corner. There's no fire or safety issues, I don't think, with respect to just the building, because there's about 1 million exits in here, so I won't point those out. If you have a cell phone, if you can put it on vibrate. And again, for the people who are on the Zoom call, if you can put your Zoom microphone on mute. There's only one handout that the partners all had at their desk, and if you don't have it, it's the agenda and it's in the back. And to save paper and to work with the printing here, we squeezed it all onto one page. So I did look up a thought for the day. I thought this was tremendous from Chief Joseph. I believe much trouble and blood would be saved if we opened our hearts more. It does not require many words to speak the truth. All right, a couple more things, a little bit of history to bring everybody back together into the IBMP world. Everybody's working on a lot of different things, the issue of the pandemic, fires, etc. So just to get back into the IBMP world, these are business meetings with long-range goals and deliverables. The partners are committed to transparency, and I would say no more so than trying to run an in-person meeting and a Zoom call, which I think is tremendous if we pull it off. And if we do, it's going to be thanks to the folks here at the Clearwater Hotel and also to Kaylani. So thanks for that. There will be a public comment period available today. I believe it's at 1:30, but it's on the agenda there. There also is, for people who are listening on Facebook Live, if you go to ibmp.info/meetings, there's a Google form there. For the last 4 meetings, the partners have taken input on that Google form, and that's become part of the report. Plus, I send all those comments to the entire 90 people partner and staff and Treaty Hunting Tribe mailing list. So those are the 2 opportunities for public comment. This is less important today, but with the Zoom call, it is important to recognize that the main input is from the partners at the table, and then also from the Treaty Hunting Tribes, who are, as usual, sitting in front of the partners. And I guess that's it for that. Okay, now we'll start with Quincy and go around, and we'll go around the entire room, but let's do the partners first, and we'll use these microphones so the Zoom people can hear. So a chance just to introduce yourself. The lead partner, Quincy.
Thank you, Scott. Quincy Ellenwood here, Discourse Travel Executive Committee, and also Chairman of the National Resource Committee and IBMP rep for the Discourse Tribe. I just want to tell you all, thank you again for being here. It's, I know it's been a really tough year and a half. I'm glad that we're able to meet in person. I look forward to having a good productive meeting today, and also be prepared for the upcoming season. Thank you.
Cam Shaw, Superintendent of Yellowstone National Park.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you all again. My name is Dan Winter. I'm legal counsel for the Tribe Buffalo Council, the Fort Peck Tribe, and the Crow Tribe.
Good morning. My name is Marina Yoshioka. I'm with Montana Fish Wildlife Parks. Good morning, everybody. My name is Kathy Miner, and I'm the acting forest supervisor for the Custer Gallatin National Forest, sitting in for Mary Erickson today.
Good morning, Mike Hennicutt, Executive Officer for the Montana Department of Livestock.
Don't turn it off, Mark. Good morning. I didn't touch it. Turn it on then. It always happens.
Good morning. My name is Marty Slisky, State Veterinarian at the Montana Department of Livestock. I want to thank
funds for the scientific facilities in the valley.
Morning, everybody. My name is Dean Matt. I want to say that the organization of Union Drive, the council, and I think this provider is still here. Thank you.
Go to the mic, please.
Good morning, I'm Michael President of the Tribe Office of Legal Counsel. Good to see everyone.
Good morning. My Chief Adam Bill Vicencio, as First Tribal Conservation Enforcement.
Morning, Tim Reed, Yellowstone National Park. Good morning, Neil Faggot, Director of Wildlife Division, Nez Perce Tribe. Thoughts, maybe. Good morning, Peter Williamson, Nez Perce Tribe Culture Resource Program Director.
Good morning. My name is Clarissa calling from the Northern Rapper Tribe, the tribal rep.
Hello, Morgan Jacobson with Fish, Wildlife and Parks. Adam Pankratz, War Director of Fish, Wildlife and Parks. Corporal Lee White, Nez Perce Tribe Fisheries Conservation Enforcement.
Thoughts mainly, Eric Holt, Fish and Wildlife Commission Chairman for the Nez Perce Tribe.
That's me, Bud Guerrero, Fish and Wildlife, Utah. Good morning, Carl Sheeter, Wildlife Manager for the Utah Tribes.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pitt, an attorney for the IBMP Tribes.
That's me, Chairman Wolf, Super Pope, Vice Chair of the Utah Tribes and Chair of the Fish and Wildlife. Thank you for the host.
Good morning, I'm Brendan Keenan, attorney for the Aqua Nation.
James Hall, Executive Director for Buffalo Food Campaign.
Michelle Wallace on the H from Tyler from Bank Tribes for Idaho. It's an honor to be in your homelands. Thank you.
Justin Howard, for Cultural Resources.
I'm Taj Berry. I represent the
Dan McFarland, CSK Commission.
Good morning, Tom McDonald, CSKG Fish and Wildlife Division.
Good morning, I'm John Harrison. I'm a staff trainer with the Confederate States Tribes for the Tribes License Staff. And I want to thanks for listening to the ministers for that.
All right, for the record, the microphone went through Tom McDonald without a joke, so that's one of the rare times that ever happened. Could the folks on the Zoom call, we'd be happy to give a chance to know who's there. Let's just give it a try, and if this doesn't work, we'll stop it very quickly.
Real quick, Scott, this is Kaylani. Just when you are going around the room to have people speak, if they can make sure they're speaking pretty loudly into the microphone, otherwise it is hard for us on here to hear it and it can come across a little bit muffled.
Okay, so the folks heard that. We're going to use the microphone as much as possible. It's a fabulous mic system, but Kaylani is saying for them to hear and also to know we have no feedback so far, to speak loudly into the microphone. Please, let's start. So Kaylani, go ahead and introduce yourself, and then we'll go from there.
Oh, good morning. I'm Kaylani Scott. I'm the communications manager for the Nez Perce Tribe and your Zoom host today.
Becky Fry.
Good morning. I'm Becky Fry, Wildlife Disease Specialist with APHIS Veterinary Services.
All right, Becky is from APHIS. We didn't hear you well. Go ahead. Next, just follow down. Amy Hunt, I see.
Hi, I'm Amy Hunt. I'm with USDA Veterinary Services in Cal Health.
Great, next. All right, Julie Cunningham, Matt Wemple, and Nancy Finley, Leander.
Hi, I'm Julie Cunningham, area wildlife biologist for Montana Wildlife and Parks out of Bozeman.
Nancy Finley, Chief of Resources and Science at Yellowstone National Park.
Matt or Leander?
Yeah, Leander Watson, big game biologist, with Somatic Tribes Fish and Wildlife Department.
Others, Clay? Please, PJ.
PJ White, biologist, Yellowstone National Park.
Chris Jeremiah, Yellowstone Park.
Thanks to both of you. Others?
Megan Davenport with Intertribal Buffalo Council. I'm the wildlife biologist.
Super. Jason, Clay?
Hey, good morning, everybody. Jason Bray, District Ranger on the Custer Gallatin Hebgen Lake Ranger District.
Anyone else? Great. Clay from MDOL? Or, no, MDOL. Okay, anyone else? I think, oh, please.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. This is Ryan Clark. I'm a senior staff veterinarian with APHIS Veterinary Services. Scott, I'm disguised on the Zoom meeting as my alias P. Clark, so that's why you didn't recognize me.
Ah, I don't see that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're there. And we don't want to hear from Becky, but your voice came through a lot. Her microphone didn't pick up well. Anyone else? Okay, I think for the folks here in the room, I'll just say out loud that was a little bit difficult, and so we probably are not going to go with much discussion from the Zoom call, and we'll just carry forward, the big exception there being Ryan as one of the lead partners. And so Ryan, if you need to get in but aren't doing so, can you please type into the chat that you need to add something, and Kaylani, you can give us off. You can break in at any time, Kaylani, to just say we have Ryan Clark writing in, and others as well, but particularly Ryan. Okay. I'm assuming nobody else, but we appreciate the folks being there in the Zoom call, and also that helps us recognize that this meeting is at least half again or larger, bigger than folks just here. All right, so again, for the IBMP world, just to PJ's great detriment, but to go through a little bit of history, just to remind people of where we're at. This group, starting from the 2000 EIS, has a long history and has done a lot of things. Pat Flowers back 10 years ago asked me to compile a list of everything that I knew of that the partners have done. I won't go through that whole list, but I'll just hit a couple of things with the year on the right. The GAO report, after the group was together for 8 years, was in 2008. Dr. Zalewski reminded me this morning, he started right before that, and I started right after that. So 2007 was as long as he has been here, and I believe Mary Erickson back in that time frame too, and lots of you have been around for a long time. But that report kind of galvanized the IBMP as it's gone today, including issues of transparency in public meetings. In 2005, Montana restarted the hunt that had been stopped. In 2007, the tribal hunt was restarted. The GAO report asked the IBMP partners to begin an adaptive management plan or to improve the existing adaptive management plan, and also to increase the transparency. That transparency has been increased through the website, through annual reports since 2009, and through open meetings. So this is now going on 13 years ago. In 2009, November, the Nez Perce tribe, the Salish Kootenai, and the ITBC were all added to the deliberative table. It used to be, before that, just the 5 original EIS signatories. In 2011, for 12 months, there was a citizens working group that came up with, I believe it was 34 recommendations, of which the partners accepted, oh, I wish Shana was here, or someone from that group, accepted something like 27 of the 34 or something as things they would work on. And then I mentioned Shana because she did a report like 5 years later on how the citizens working group thought the progress on those 27 was. And it was pretty darn good, I would say. 70% or something. And again, if Shane is listening, my apologies if I'm misstating. But regardless, there was an input from a citizens working group that lasted for a year and then was most of a meeting in Chico to present the information. 2010, the designated surveillance area was produced through APHIS MDOL, probably APHIS, I guess, with respect to Montana not being fully impacted if there was brucellosis found, and only the DSA rather than the entire state. And then in 2014, APHIS published a bison protocol for quarantine, which has been built off of. Bison tolerance for this group has been increased on the north side, west side, and through the governor's decision, those in 2008, 2012, and 2016. Rest assured, I'm getting close to the end. And Dan, I want you to help me upgrade this one. 5 bison were moved to the Fort Peck Reservoir back in 2019, and I know that's been increased, and we'll talk about that today, but I should probably update this slide to the new things that are going on have gone on, or Marty, or anyone else involved. So the agenda overview, the first thing just to look around at the partners is to approve the meetings notes from the last time. The last year, quite honestly, has been easier on me because Kaylani has recorded all the Zoom calls. So the Zoom calls are actually on the website there. So there is no question what anyone said and no interpretation from me, but I have written a short set of notes. Is there anyone who, is there any thumbs down to the concept of making that final rather than draft as it's posted on the website? No, and seeing there usually is not, so I will change that to final. And again, to repeat that those meetings the last couple of meetings have been fully posted on the website, and we will do that again this time. So and then we're going to have a chance, we've had a chance to introduce everybody, but just to go around the room for the partners to talk about these 3 things and how they're affecting their organizations, and particularly then if that they see impacts toward the bison world for the pandemic, the fire, and the concept of finally getting to meet together again, which I think everyone can thank Quincy for pushing forward that idea. And it really is different to be in a room with people. A few years ago, the partners proposed 3 different areas that they could improve their effectiveness. One was on hunt boundary issues, the next was on bison quarantine and translocation, and then last was on habitat utilization, particularly the west side. Before lunch, though, Nakia will be back for a presentation and on the tribal perspectives, and I don't actually have a title for that, but we'll get to there around 11. There's going to be a catered lunch here. Rachel is not here, but the setup that she and Quincy came up with is that the tables that we use for breakfast will be for lunch. That allows this area to just stay for a meeting space. And it's intended to be purposefully a little bit longer so folks can have time to sit and that be an active part of the meeting. If at that time people are saying, you know, we would rather get going early because of fire, we can change that to an hour instead of an hour and a half. There's a public comment period, which will be small, clearly, with the pandemic and less people than would generally have. A discussion or at least an update on the bison EIS from the Park Service. I did not get a fill item for the sort of the hour in the afternoon that we meaning this group typically has for science presentations. I did take a list of this group's parked list items, and I have 5 items that I can put on the screen if the partners want to say, no, we're here, let's look at that, and I'll show you that later on, but we'll get through these other items first. Updates on multiple topics, which actually is quite short, and then just a brief moment of considering upcoming meetings, winter ops and annual report. So that's the setup for today. Okay, sorry to belabor all that, but hopefully that will help. So again, the 3 items for the organization of the discussion this morning, and it is simply an open discussion for now for the items you have sitting in front of you in your hand, are improving safety quality of Northside hunt and boundary issues, creating a bison quarantine facility and status therein, current issues in all of these issues, opportunities, things that have happened in a positive way and things that partners have concerns about, and improving utilization of expanded bison habitat. Partners are welcome to bring someone in from the Zoom call if that's helpful, if we need to get Chris or someone to provide any information, that kind of thing. That's up to you to just call. I will take the microphone and put it next to my computer. They'll be able to hear. So if you look at your agenda, I'm just going to step through these. I should check in with Quincy though first. Does that all sound good to you, Quincy, or is there? Okay, Quincy's given a thumbs up to step forward now with the concept of improving safety, quality of the north side hunt, improving boundary issues, discussion development for next steps for partner this focus. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything else. No. Oh, sorry, we're going to go to partner updates first. One other thing. Just wanted to give the partners an opportunity to, we've done this on the Zoom calls, to anything that they want to bring up, and it could be nothing regarding just how they're coming out of, or potentially not, with this Delta variant, the pandemic, how it's impacting their work, their business, how the fire season this summer is, and anything else that you want to talk about just with respect to the business of being a partner, and of course how those things particularly might affect the bison world. Quincy, and we'll just go around the table, and this is just the partner groups and the treaty hunting tribes.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. Yeah, we follow the Nez Travel Executive Committee, and we have an EOC team consisting of our executive director, our health department, Dr. Hartley, Captain Marianto from Travel Police, a few other managers and directors. And we follow that pretty strictly. They've guided us very well. Rachel Edwards, she policies are part of that committee as well. They do an outstanding job. We're doing the best that we can to stay on top of the COVID-19 and also the other part of COVID that's coming in. We're doing the best that we can. Always have good personal protective equipment and stay on top of our tracing, contact tracing, and just doing the best that we can to help people stay safe, and also with the fires. We get fire updates 2 or 3 times a day about the surrounding fires around us, and around air quality program increases and update every day as well on air quality in the local area. Thank you.
And a reminder to partners that Kaylani asked that everybody speak as loud, directly into the microphone to help the Zoom call folks. Thanks.
And I also have it's another interesting year. We have 38% more vehicles into the park in June of 21 than we did in June of 19. So we're on track for a record year, unquestionably. We had almost 1 million people in the park in June, which is also another record. And the park recently, you've seen how busy it is. This list of summer growth. The team is doing really well. We've got more cases of COVID right now in Yellowstone with employees than we had last year at this time, which is interesting considering we thought we'd be doing better this year. We've got about 3,000 employees vaccinated. We do that, considerable number of employees right now. They have contracted the virus and we're dealing with that. So we have a reminder for everyone. Next year is the 150th anniversary of Yellowstone National Park. We're very excited about that. We have conducted a considerable amount of tribal engagement over the last 46 weeks, really focusing on pre-Yellowstone. So obviously we're going to celebrate 150 years of Yellowstone National Park, but we're also going to put a special emphasis on the tribal heritage and culture prior to Yellowstone becoming a park, and then really use that as a launching pad to look at not only what we do with tribes next year, but how do we do better in leading tribes and telling that story with tribes over the next 150 years. So we've had conversations with 27 associated tribes over the last month and a half. We had a great meeting with a considerable number of tribal colleges there a few weeks ago, and I'm interested for any of you that have any engagement ideas for us, collaboration ideas moving forward to have those discussions. So, thank you.
We'll move it on to Dan, but Ryan will bring you at the end, so you'll come after Bing. Please, Dan.
Sure. Dan from PBC. I'm actually going to hand it off to Megan down for it.
I need the microphone then. Just a minute, Megan. All right, go ahead, please.
Hi, so we are just getting, we've kind of been back in the office as staff now, and kind of keeping an eye on that next variant that just started showing up in Rapid City. Oh, sorry, not in Rapid City, in South Dakota overall. And having just trying to keep kind of going through all of that. We've had a lot of meetings. We just had our annual membership meeting in June, and we had a couple speakers there. Chris was there, which was awesome. Thank you so much for participating. And we're getting ready for our next, surplus season. Dan will give some updates later about what's going on with that, with the Fort Peck family groups coming up. And I guess that's about it for now. I'm just having returned to the office from maternity leave, so I don't have the camera on today, but I'm sitting here listening, but mostly keeping camera off and on mute because I've got a little screaming baby here. So thank you so much. I wish I could be with y'all and have a great meeting.
Megan, I think from everyone, congratulations. One, we hear the baby too, and you came in loud and clear, so that was tremendous. Brian.
Thank you.
Marina Yoshioka, for COVID, we are following state of Montana protocols in regards to how we go about our operations. We are approximately 70% of our employees are back to work in the office. All of our employees who want the vaccine have had access to a vaccine, and so we're feeling pretty strong about that. It may be hosted for the Google meeting, that was well attended, and I see that is coming on the agenda next call. Just leave it at that. And for fires, we've got a handful of fires in Southwest Montana that we are tracking and watching and hoping they stay contained as quickly as possible.
Please, Kathy.
Hi, I'm Kathy Miner for the Custer Gallatin National Forest. And sitting in for Mary Erickson, who's on the detail, and she sends the regards to everybody. And on a pandemic front, we are at maximum telework, and we're allowing up to 25% occupancy in our building. So some of our offices are open, and some are not. We still get service through the phone or other methods. In terms of fires, we have on our forest, we've had multiple lightning strikes, but been able this month to keep them small pretty much. We had the big Robertson Draw fire at Red Lodge in June, and we're still managing that and had a little activity a couple nights ago. And then there's a fire going on the North Bases, which has burned around to at this point. And so all around us, on all the other forests, we're seeing all kinds of fires. And in fact, Mike Cohen, the ranger gardener, is not here today because he's assisting with fires. And it's really nice to be back in person for these meetings. Much easier to make connections and all that. And meet everybody and put faces to some of the voices that we heard on the Zoom calls. And we do have Ranger Bray, Jason Bray at the Lake District is on the Zoom call today as well.
Great, thanks, Kathy. Becky notes that if anybody has their computer on, if you can put your microphone on, it might help. They're not actually, in some cases, they're not hearing people. So again, speak right into the thing, and you can put your microphone on. We'll try it and see. Yesterday, we didn't have much reverb from that, and we'll just see. Mike, please. And Becky, sorry, one other thing for the Zoom people. Not everybody has a computer in front of them, only about half of the people. Please, Mike.
Yes, thanks, Scott. And I'm one of those people without a computer. I apologize. My
two-factor authentication is keeping me down on the machine this morning. So it's so secure, I can't get in, which is useful, I guess. As far as COVID-19 impacts, we're pretty much back to normal for livestock. Probably 95% of our staff are where they're supposed to be in the office or in the field. By nature, about 70% of our staff are remote anyway, as the way they do their work. And probably the bigger impact, and that may have some impact on IBMP for us, but like every agency and tribal government here has talked about fire and drought. So we're in the throes of drought response, a lot of cattle moving out of Montana because we don't have anything to feed them. So we're going to be resource constrained just like everyone else with a heavy workload over the next 5 to 6 months. And then the other thing that probably has some impact on IBMP is we're chewing through backlogs of animals. So the processing process state is extremely busy and backed up, and foresee that having some impact on trap and administrative harvest coordination for the partners that participate in that when we get to later this year or early next year. So what I would do.
Thanks. Okay, for me.
Good morning, everyone. Right now, we're in the process of having our primary federal elections up there, and we'll have them on the 31st of this month. We're having kind of a different setup this year. We have an at-large position. We have lost one of our seats out of St. Ignatius, and they made it an at-large position up there. So tribal members will be voting on kind of a different scenario on this coming up election. But and then primaries not until, the general election will be back in December. So we got a little while to come end of this month till December to get ready to, for the general to serve on the council. We had a Memorial Day celebration up there during the 4th of July, and 232 names were called out up there for the last 2 years since our last call. A lot of numbers that were lost for the last couple of years. Some COVID, some sicknesses, and whatever else. So it was kind of a really hard time to deal with the losses that and the names that came up, because a lot of my friends of mine, family, it was pretty hard time to deal with a lot of people up there. Decided that, said that it was good that we had that memorial for the people, and that's all we had. We didn't have no power or anything. We just had a memorial, and we let the people dance a little bit and have a speaking. It was a good day for the people up there just to come out and be able to shake hands and say hello to everybody. It was great, a great day. Vice Mayor Stallman was working real hard out there on that for the tribe ready to step in and take control over it. His crew doing a great job up there. They set up and some of the buildings were redone and so that everything was ready to go for the takeover. A few things that's going to be done, and Tom and crew, like I said, are doing an excellent job getting things set up there and keeping the council up there informed of what's been going on. I forgot to mention thank the Nespers tribe for having this meeting again. And it's great to be back down here. I've been down here now about 6-7 years since I've been here last night. Or an IBM meeting, and everybody was always cool coming to it. But it's good to be back, you know, and participate in this meeting. Good to see everybody here. COVID is still being a problem at home. We still have cases being reported. Of course, our tribe, we're opening back up. Most of the employees are back to work. Still, a few of them are at home, working from home, but we share them are back to work. And hopefully, down the road here, we'll be back to work at the office. But still, it's still out there, and I think there's quite a percentage of them up there that hasn't had their shots. You know, like most of the tribal employees has had them, but there's still those individuals out there that still want to get a little bit slow, I guess, about getting the shots, but there are still cases being reported by health service. Fires, we have a handful of them going on. We have one up there now on the west end of the reservation right there, and it's pretty rough country up there, rocky country, and it's I think they're going to call it in half now, but it's been quite an ordeal for them because, like I say, rocky and steep, they're having their time up there. But overall, we haven't had a real big fire like we have in the past. We're pretty lucky for not having anything. We have us to, like the gentleman said over here about Yellowstone Park having a lot of visitors. We've got our number coming through Folsom, I'll tell you, along the lake, both sides of the lake. If you're out there, it's a slow trip going up through there, and especially coming through the towns and going in. Folsom's inviting them for maybe buying up for a mile or two to get in and out of town up there. But it's been a mess all summer long with the visitors that's been coming through. Out-of-staters, a lot of out-of-staters coming up through there and visiting our neck of the woods up there. But there's been a lot of people. You just can't believe everybody came out here, and it's a mess. But again, I want to thank you for inviting us here again, and us being a partner again, and for me anyway, being a partner again on the committee here. And it's hopefully in a couple of years, down the road, I'll still be here. But Paul and the group back here, they're doing a heck of a job, with everything really. IBMP, vice mayors, like I stated, have John, our attorney, there doing other work besides this, and he's been pretty busy too. And Dan up there with all the people that are coming in, like I stated, and visiting and coming into the woods and whatnot up there. It's been a heck of a busy summer so far, and we just got a couple months to go yet. It's hopefully that everything is going to be okay for the rest of the summer here. I want to thank everybody for being here and just letting us participate here. So thank you all.
Thanks, Bing. We'll go to Ryan. Just so the Zoom folks know, we do understand that it's hard to pick up. I'm going to set my phone in the middle of the room here and see if you can get the microphones. Again, people at the table who are on the Zoom, if you can, I guess, turn your microphone on, it may be an additional pickup point. So we'll go to Ryan and then to Jeremy. Ryan?
Okay, thank you, Scott. Can you hear me?
We can hear you perfectly.
Okay. First, I'd like to thank Nez Pierce, of course, for enabling us to join virtually. We wish we could be there, but since we can't, this is sure helping us being able to join in the meeting. Our agency as a whole has made up about 50% field staff who work from their homes. But for the last year, the other half has been working remotely and from their homes also, and getting used to that. Along with that, during this period, travel has been restricted also, which is why we're not attending this meeting in person. The plan for the agency is to gradually phase people that actually work into an office back into their offices starting October 1st. And if that plan comes to fruition, we anticipate that when we have our next in-person IBMP meeting in November or December, that we'll be able to join in person. So we're looking forward to that. As far as the acoustics, Scott, I can only speak for myself. I seem to be able to hear you very well too. And I'm not sure the other people, this last round of the other partners speaking was kind of muted, muffled and echoey. I'm not sure why that is. Do the other partners, are they speaking from a corded microphone or cordless?
Yeah, everyone's speaking from a cordless microphone, and mine is clearly coming through my computer. We are probably going to live with this problem because there's no setup where we have a computer in front of each person. So
okay, yeah, I understand that there's going to be limitations. I just want to let you know if at some point I need to make a comment, I'll be basing that comment on what I can hear. So which isn't too much so far. So just wanted to let people know that.
All right.
That's it for us.
Great, thank you. You got some smiles from that as well. Jeremy?
Yeah, thank you, Jeremy Wolf, from the Tribes. Well, we're here, so we're able to do some traveling. Most of the restrictions that we have for COVID have been transferred. Well, our incident command team actually has been moved towards our Yohawk clinic. And so we have in our health commission working on a lot of that versus and which is the structure for our government to react to emergency. With that being said, we have a mask use still in effect. We did really reduce everything down quite a bit for a while there, but now since we have this variant coming back, we're instituting mask use, group activities, or allowed some restriction. We have been handing out some more PPE materials and had some kits that were handed out, but it wasn't in direct relation to the pandemic. We've had a number of air quality issues that have come up with the fires, so we've been addressing that accordingly. Other than that, like I said, we've for the most part staved off a large influx on the reservation. The county might be a different story, but at the same time, we're coordinating with our local municipalities and governments as we can. As far as the is that all you put as far as
that's fine.
Fire, yeah, I mentioned fire a little bit. We don't have any fires really close, but we have one. There's one over in Troy area, a couple actually. So but we're keeping that on high alert, recognizing that the national parks are closed down. Unfortunately, that obviously impacts the tribal use as well. But it's really the amount of resources that are being stretched pretty thin all across the Northwest at this time. So we're addressing that accordingly as well, and reacting the lands that we purchased and out preservation, so we closed those off because of the extreme fire risk. Other than that, that's it.
Great. Thanks, Jeremy. Brendan? And for the folks on Zoom, we're going to make a try. We're passing my phone, thanks to Dr. Zalewski's idea, along with the speaker, and we'll see if that helps her out. Thanks, Brendan.
Thank you. This is Brendan Keenan from the Acme Nation. I don't have too much to share on COVID. I don't think we have any updates since the April meeting. Like the other sovereigns and agencies in the room, we're still wrestling with the threat. We have, I believe, most of our employees back in office, but we're still not at business as usual. Fires, I don't believe that we've had any fires on the Alpha Reservation. One, county is contained, but it has been extremely hot, and that makes for a very concerning outlook. Fires, drought, and fishing as well. So that is sort of an ongoing issue that we're going to be continuing to monitor. I don't anticipate that we are going to have any impacts to our fund this year, but that's a long way off, so it's hard to tell. And we're just going to have to continue to adapt. Thank you.
Super, Quinn, and I'll get my phone. Go ahead and start, and I'll move my phone over to you.
In 2018, we were able to do the hospital. In 2019, we were at order. So we picked the hunt ban, and in 2020, we did the same thing. We had a travel ban. So we are still interested in hunting this next year and try to get our MOA and our rates, our rules, and our permit all put together. We still haven't done that. But I'm no longer on the council, I'm just a tribal rep. Thank you.
Anyone for the show man? He's welcome to step forward, but please, an update on.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Scott.
Oh, Scott. Well, thank you, Scott.
I will get the phone number in over a couple minutes.
Thank you, everyone. Please see that number. Please see a lot of that. Well, I have been up a few times, and we're assistant people, and we have two, we have a few, great grandfather, great timber. The video where Virginia City, some doesn't know about that. We're in New City, Montana, unfortunately, in that, but still, to us, it's still a homeland, and the biggest year. Shane James, we never heard of Region 10 Operations Committee, or talk. It's established in Seattle area, and part of Region 10, and 4 states here. And I remember campaign was asking Dave, hey, never did. 10 years ago. Stuff. And we're trying to get one vaccine, there's pros and cons. No, some people can do this, they can't do it for their health. But I should, they don't want to. I would get this way, like people this way anyway. Not on like pretty drugs and meth and alcohol and stuff that poison in the body. They won't mix it, and that's going to you look at it that way. Pros and cons. Someone's getting naturally from the bodies. At the same time, there was a lady that watched the news down in Arkansas. She said, I wish I would have took it because she was so sick. Literally, we need to go and took it. And then that new bill, that was the very next thing. And that's what people say. And this is somebody here in Idaho. Maybe the ones that are seeing the one that's seen on the map, I'm not sure about this. But yeah, that's where the members, I'm not sure that is possible. Weekly drawing, COVID drawing, get those guys in there to get vaccinated and still not working. Just for children. So that's the issue going on. Fires really work. I drove yesterday, came to here, with the voices, smoke everywhere. And we should be sure for me, and I was completely still on the Bible. There's people who are this way. And beautiful country, it's smoke everywhere. I was taking a picture, you got the whole 95, the border of that, beautiful. There's a lot of smoke everywhere. That's and then also fires, we have a NACRA as well. With the tankers, we're making these we can act. So we got to make sure the fires that occur that they expose all the citizens to a lot of that. So that's all these things that we protect it. A lot of leaning goes on. That happens a lot. Makes it quite fire around when you're on the 80s or 80s all the way. And the travel comes and until fire. Which we drive with, which you do just speed. You know, I don't know, man, there's getting range and, we have a trail that goes to the airport, and a trail, and I'll show you a map of our session. It was over 330 acres of land, Montana, Southwest Montana, 3 ports of Wyoming, Northwest Wyoming. We are now all the way down to Idaho Falls. So that's, they hear that from us. We're trying to do that. That's something you guys might know about. I heard you guys introduce yourselves. Montana Forest and then the Delta National Forest and some of the people that work at the National Park Service. And I'm sure you guys might know some of them know who they were and the sheep you guys been talking to you about all that. The lands and the people were there with the sheep eaters since Yellowstone 15,000 years ago. On a sheep eater camp, and they found that there was some beautiful mountains and chased it down. But that's unfortunate things that happen like that. But I look at it differently. I can't speak for others, but you gotta protect our secret buckle. Just like Sam, we came from the work with them like last week, and they were there and others, and so there's so much you got to do. These butterflies right here in this carpet. All these things are right. That's how I see it. So we got a lot of work to do and appreciate everyone. And our travel folks, we people, but we're not part of that. But I don't know what our leaders are, they want to do something else. I can't say too much on that. All I know is we got to protect the sick of the animals. So I remember a long time ago, we put the boot camp and I seen one of them home by nostrils, and I had training that photograph 2008 when that was torture. Look at his nostrils, I don't know if you guys see it. And I trained by his head with this, thinking about this hanging. What's going on here? They're slaughtering them and all that. And then brucellosis, I don't want to stick it for each time, but the thing on my buckle. So that's the word is protect them. Thank you.
Super, thank you very much. Did I get everybody, all the partners and all the tree hunting tribe reps? I think I got everyone. All right, now we'll move on to improving the IBMP effectiveness discussions. So that's improving the safety quality of the Northside hunt, creating a bison quarantine facility, improving the utilization of expanded bison habitat, especially in the west side tolerance area. Thank you very much. And well, I think, I believe you said that on Northside Hunt, we're getting option to start with hunt managers meeting. Can you start that? And then I phone forward is working. I'm not sure it's working. Oh, you have your, can you turn your microphone on if you're one of the people who has, yeah, if you can turn your microphone on. There you go.
All right.
And then, so these two things, and knock wood, it'll work.
Should I turn the video on as well?
Good, sure. Would be great.
Okay, let me go to my notes. All right, can everybody hear me? I'm gonna assume that's a yes. So we hosted the, what we call the Missoula Hunt Managers meeting in May. It was well attended. Some of the outcomes from that one that I want to give some updates about are revolving around recruiting safety and information for goal in the hunt. We're working with the Forest Service to install kiosks in Beatty Gulch, and they're going to have the maps that we talked about that are a combination of FWP and Forest Service maps that show the.
You can turn your camera on. It's not actually on.
It's not on?
It doesn't apparently not.
Sorry.
No. It's no biggie, but as long as we're there, we don't know. Since we have the technology, we might as well. Now you're on.
Oh, I guess when I pull up my notes, it goes away. All right.
Sorry about that.
We'll try this. So we're working with the Forest Service to install informational kiosks down at Beatty Gulch. We've been talking about the combination of the FWP maps and the Forest Service maps that show the different safety closures. We're hoping to combine those maps and have them on a very large scale on an informational kiosk in the hunt area. So in addition to your Onyx maps on your phones, the ones you can print and bring with you to the hunt, when you're in the field, there should be a kiosk, we're planning to install them in the next couple of weeks. And so the information should be there. And we're hoping that that will go a long way at remedying some of the confusion with the posts in the different areas. And so that's one of the big outcomes of our meeting, and we're excited about moving forward with that. In addition, we're also working on creating an informational video. Okay, so we're going to be creating an informational video that just shows a bit of the landscape and explaining maps and all the stuff we've been talking about. I'm just hoping that in an audiovisual format, it will further help convey the information effectively. And these should help improve our safety outcomes. Let me go to my notes real quick. So then also, I just want to let everyone know that with FWP, we do have a tribal liaison. She was in attendance, she hosted and organized the hunt meeting. She is a wonderful resource. She can help support any information needs that people have trying to get this information, trying to make the hunt safer. Please reach out to her. You can reach out to me as well to get that information to contact her. So those are some of the big outcomes of that meeting, and we're hoping that will go a long way in resolving some of the major questions and confusions and challenges people were having in the field. Thank you.
Questions for Marina? What we'll do is we'll step down through these, but through these next, these three steps, it's simply effectively an open discussion. So if you do, please just, you know, how other people with hunt managers meeting, things that they would like to update. Please, Dan. And if it looks like you're one of our other computers, if you want to turn it on and your microphone, it helps the Zoom people.
Okay, just a quick note, the Crow Tribe will be exercising its turkey hunting right this winter.
Super, thanks, Dan. Brendan, I'm sorry, Quincy, please.
Yeah, that being said, we know if they're interested in having talks, signing on to the MOA.
At this point, I haven't heard any interest in signing on to the MOA.
other thoughts, folks, from the Treaty Hunting Tribe meeting back in May, June, whenever it was? Yeah, that's unusual. High lows associated with, like we just broached that topic, the tribal hunt MOA. Any updates on the tribal hunt MOA? Okay, so I'm gonna do my facilitators thing and remind people that everybody drove a heck of a long ways to get here, and through fire and through pandemics, and this is the opportunity once in three times a year, and the first time in 16 months that this group's been together. So my role is to keep pushing forward the ideas, but if there's things that need to be said, we'll ask folks to jump forward.
Yes. Just let's talk about the MOA. It was pretty much the main topic that we talked about last night. And what comes out of that MOA is dramatically helped in legal situations. So I would highly encourage these to hear out those members of the MOA, as per Sacramento, Utah, Sales Committee, and to reach out to the Crow Tribe, the Blackfeet, the Northern Arapaho, we're stronger in numbers. What comes out of that is communication, communication amongst hunters, safety, and also communication amongst our law enforcement. There was a little bit of a lack of communication amongst some of the MOA enforcement and the Blackfeet. It can create some bad situations. And we are hunting in a fishbowl there. Currently open. And I think I understand that we don't want to step on each other's respective sovereign. We all have our own legal authority enforcement. I think they do a really good job. The ones that do that are there for early morning meetings. So I would that's really for the program maybe reach out to us and see policy, legal, and maybe think about it at least before, because it can create a really hostile situation. You know, that's what we're trying for. So I would kind of encourage it, and there's a lot of good communication. I have a lot of good friends now that, you know, know about each other, and they're not member of all, but they see the importance of it, and they took it upon themselves as individuals to work with some of the more tribes, and they're very successful. We got the harvest to take something home. And I have a lot of friends with the Crow Tribe as well. So we sit on tribal council, and other hunters. I would like to extend an invitation out to specifically time. Thank you.
Jeremy, it's right next to Kathy. There's a microphone.
Jeremy Wolf, Joe Trouts, and I could echo Quincy's discussion that we've had at the meeting, 20 meetings prior. The MOA was developed because we wanted to make sure that we had not only the best interests of each hunting party in terms of addressing being able to get a bison, being efficient, communicating as we've done for time of memorial, but also what we can do to ensure the safety of each hunter. So I hope that that's something that we can continue to move forward, and not just the tribes. You know, the tribes have taken the lead on this, and I appreciate all those who
I've sat at that table and gone through developing that document to ensure that we are communicating today and for when this leadership steps down or is replaced, but it's there for the future leadership to continue on. And that is a helpful tool I've seen in my short time being on our council, that when there is a blueprint, not only for the hunt, but really anything that we have with other sovereigns, with other federal, state agencies, that always makes for those relations to be a lot smoother and a lot more efficient. And in this case, safe. Well, wine, very good on Buffalo as well. But I think that that's we'll continue to move forward in that way. And Quincy is right. It's not a requirement, but it also allows Hunter, the enforcement, and the policy to be on a similar page, to understand what is expected of each of us. And it's not the only hunting, but it serves a purpose beyond just Katy Gulch. We talked about a lot of stuff. We talked about, beyond in the garden area, the entire Yellowstone, greater Yellowstone area. But it also fosters relations even beyond lifestyle. So I think that that's something that, like I said, that we've held strong for many generations before ours. And this is to continue that forward. So if we can have those discussions, the MOA tribes have agreed that we're going to work together to continually adapt it inside the document. It talks about every year we're going to revisit the document. Are there changes that need to occur? But it also gets into prescription, things that we can agree on that provide that safe and efficient hunt for all of us. Because there have been events where we've done that, we've had communications, but individuals who aren't a part of that come in and had no communications and thus created a dangerous situation. And not saying that that doesn't occur otherwise, but at the same time, this helps ensure or reduce at the very least what safety measures need to occur to help not have a scenario that is unsafe. But I invite you to take a look at that, bring that back to the respective councils. We put forward an effort to help deliver that message as well. That we could even come out and as Quincy said, come out and visit the respective tribes. I think that that's something that we've probably long wanted to do, but of course we're locked down and stuck at home this past year, so that's been unfortunate for that reason alone. But moving forward, the reason why we're here today is to communicate. All of our hunters aren't here. So it behooves us as leaders to utilize these forums, as Scott is saying, to ensure that we're doing our job on their behalf. Otherwise, we're selling that short. We're not communicating at this point, and we're sure not going to communicate on the field. And of course, our enforcement has been a large part of that. So again, we break that down into policy enforcement and the hunting groups on the ground. And we've had really good success in Katy Gulch and beyond. So like I said, it's like that discussion to continue. And appreciate you doing it.
Thanks, Jeremy. We'll go over to Tom.
Question for you, Dan. Does the Crow tribe have regulations that we can obtain for their hunt? Is there information you can share for us? Because that's the whole intent of the MOA, is that we share knowledge, and that provides for safety, it provides for efficiency, it's a tool. So just say we're going to show up and hunt, we surely would be appreciative if we could have details on that.
Sure. From my understanding, they are taking the regulations to their legislature and should be marking those up currently. They will have final regulations before the hunt, and then I can talk to them about sharing them with any private agency that'd be interested.
Other comments on the managers meeting or the addition of the Crow tribe? The people in the Zoom call didn't hear Dan said that the Crow tribe will be taking it to their council for completion on, I believe, the start dates for them beginning to hunt. Next item is the items that are usually on the winter ops planning, and so partners usually step through and determine if they're taking added here. The first one is harvest and population goals, including status and timing of the NPS population count. Hey, Chris, you wouldn't have heard that, but Dan said I'd like Chris to jump in if he's on. And if you are, there he is. Yep. So Chris, you're also up on the screen, so folks can see you, and if your microphone is good, they'll be able to hear you really well.
Yeah, how is the volume?
Go ahead.
So I didn't quite hear everything you said, Scott. Could you just quickly recap what you want me to address?
The item, let's see, just a minute, I gotta turn my mic down just until I say this. The item for you, Chris, is harvest and population goals, including the status timing of the bison population counts. I think the group here remembers that last year with the pandemic, two different things. One, I believe you might have delayed the counts. This is up to you to tell, but this is just my memory. And then the other is the question of when the council will be available for doing winter operations planning with respect to population goals and so forth. Does that help?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Scott. So going into last winter, we were estimating 4,700 animals. You know, we are planning to count starting with August 18th. You know, we're scheduled to complete all of our counts by the end of the month of August. Prior to counting, you know, we're estimating that the bison population is in the 51 to 5,300 animal range, but that can change once we complete our counts. As a very initial estimate, removing about 500 to 600 animals would stabilize the population coming into this winter. But again, these are just preliminary estimates, and we're going to start counting the week of August 18th, and we will distribute a report to all of the IBMP partners by the end of September.
Hey, Chris, can I pause you for a second and just say out loud, because you had a little feedback, or first feedback of the day. The current estimate is you're expecting 5,100 to 5,300 animals. The count will start on the week of August 18th, And by the end of September, you'll have a population estimate out. Can you just verify those three things?
Is correct.
Oh, sorry. We didn't hear you, Chris. Can you just again, sorry, verify those?
That's right.
That's right. Okay, Dan, I'm sorry. Cam just verified it for you, and there's 2 thumbs up. All right.
The count will be done by the end of August.
Yeah. Chris, anything else that you want to bring on while we've got you on the screen?
Just as we come to agenda items, I'm happy to answer questions, and I apologize for not being able to be there in person.
Great, thank you. With respect to harvest population goals, the bison population count, folks in the room, including, of course, Cam, Tim, any thoughts that you want to add beyond that? None from Cam. Any questions for the park? Please, Carl. Maria, can you give Carl the microphone there?
Thanks. Carl Schuler, Arizona Tribes. So Cam, we heard from livestock that the capacity of to handle and produce and process the bison is going to be potentially limited into the next hunting season. Last year, we knew it was limited, and we didn't take a lot of bison to hunt, and we didn't take any of the traps we did. We have now a backlog, fairly significant backlog. Two questions. One, how are we going to, if we're going to process those animals, how are we going to do that, given that bottleneck? And then two, how are we going to assure that the use of the trap doesn't have a significant impact on the demographics of the population? We've seen that happen in the past. We take a large number once, and that has a big hit on us. Are you looking at any changes to your procedures to address these issues?
And maybe Ken just semi-repeat the question in your response, just to case it is not actually going to
get more detail to it.
Thanks for the question, Carl. We have been gaming out a lot of contingency options. We've been talking to the concepts of mobile slaughter facilities and that kind of market segment to provide that capacity. I think we would also look to the treaty hunting tribes and the MOA as an organization structure. I think, given the concerns with drought that everyone is sharing in terms of impacts on production, animal migrations this winter, we're anticipating pretty good numbers of migratory ungulates. And I think that this is an opportunity for the hunting tribes to achieve the next level of actually orchestrating harvest efficacy and distribution and spinning all of those plates. So I think that actually it's not just on us. I think that it's going to take a coordination at a higher level on all these facets that go into achieving a population target for the greater good of everyone. But we are looking at contingencies. We'll continue to work with Mike and the state on facility availability in terms of consignment slaughter. Another variable that is in the mix is that we do anticipate putting as yet unknown number of animals into the quarantine facility. We anticipate, if everything goes well, having a little space for new cohorts. So that's kind of a non-answer, but there's a lot of things that we're getting out and trying to strategize on. But I would just submit that I think that all of us need to get our heads together, and the mechanisms that we've been working on, we need to see if we can collectively catch another year. So different ways to process and distribute animals that are related to slaughter, And then also a greater level of harvest that also achieves distribution throughout the available landscape. That's all I have.
So I just want to repeat and ask Ryan if you might want to come in here. The question in part from Carl was unable to, lots of animals coming out this year. The issue with the facility not being much used last year, not much harvest, lots of animals out. And to Tim, what might contingencies be that included increased harvest because of possible greater migration? Things about using consignment to slaughter and checking with the state on facilities that could be used. And then he also mentioned potential for quarantine. And Ryan, I don't know if you want to add anything about the what you see for the quarantine for the coming year.
Of course, we'll cover the quarantine and capacity later in the call, but you know, we will have at least one pen open for new animals from the capture facility this winter.
Great, thank you.
I just have
Please, Ken.
Question. I think you know, what we see last couple of years is the latest of migration is having a substantial impact on hunt, on timing of slaughterhouse capacity. We might set something up for a window for the slaughterhouse available. We don't, we're not able to capture licenses in those windows because they're not migrating now. So as Tim said, we've got some other options that we're looking at. We'll talk a little bit about the conservation, the license conservation transfer program, and the expansion that we're working on there, which we broke ground on. I think Quincy asked a very good question in the last meeting around license we bring in to the transfer program, how fast can we test them and get them back out potentially to replacement and harvest. We're working on making sure that we've got that as expedient as possible. But there's no question if you look at the last couple of years and the differences in migration patterns that we're in, and then you look at the backlog because of COVID, some of the tools that have been taken away from us, some unpredictability of what numbers can cross the boundary, what numbers can be down there for capture. Set up something that's as flexible as possible and work with you all to figure out, Marty and I were talking this morning, how early are we contacting slaughterhouses for what other options might there be, propagate this and the state relationships through that to guarantee that capacity. We still, Tom and I talked several times this winter. There's a conversation that needs to occur between all of us, but if instead of going to ITDC, the license conservation transfer program expansion is popular, reducing shipment to slaughter, although a goal to some degree, that's got to be taxed on CSTP. It tries to go back on those licenses that ship slaughter over the years. And then what are the impacts of those on the private ones? So, how do we reconcile those three tools, the differences in opinions, what numbers we capture and we put in license conservation transfer program, to ship slaughter, population continues to grow, what's the population reduction targets going to also potentially, and so here's a lot of work you're trying to not only use what we've used in the past, but make more flexible for the future.
Great, thanks, Cam. Other thoughts with respect to the population goals and the impact? Please. Is there a mic back there? Yeah.
Thank you. I take a different look and a view towards, I've said this many years that, we look at buffalo in the same manner as salmon. We call it paper fish. You know, we're fishing on paper fish. And when I hear talks of limitation of numbers, capacity levels, what Yellowstone National Park can hold in terms of capacity, what we're trying to do for shipping slaughter, it's all to limit the amount of buffalo that you're allowed to live and expand and grow. And for the nesters, for us, it's the sacred connection that we have to that area. We have trails that lead to that area. We have, you know, our people live year round, 2-3 years there in that area. We have nesters, home sites, village sites. So it wasn't just the journey there, it was what we were doing while we were there and to acquire buffalo. And it wasn't the only species that we hunted. You know, there's trout, there's the fishing, there's deer, elk, all those different sacred connections that we have with those relatives that can't speak for themselves. When I hear that we're always limiting in terms of numbers, you know, it bothers me that, you know, we want to see 5 million buffalo on the landscape, you know, the way it used to be. We were the ones that killed them. We're not the ones that destroyed their habitat. We're the ones that are trying to reconnect, do what we can to bring them back to where they once were. We know it'll never happen because we have this sort of approach where we're always talking limitations. We're talking to the top shelf numbers that we can, that these are at capacity levels. So it bothers me a lot that, you know, we talk about successes of tolerance zones, these things that we've done through actions at this table, but yet we really haven't seen success in terms of buffalo getting out on the landscape in sheer numbers. Climate change has a lot to do with it. The weather itself pushing them out, as we have people have stated already, migratory patterns have changed. So those things all play a part of it. But the main thing that I take into consideration is that we're always putting a number to what we're after. You know, and it's hard for me to always accept that, especially as a nest-first hunter that goes over there. And, you know, I know there's shipping slaughter, there's quarantine, and all that stuff that plays into this. But to me, it's just, we always limit ourselves, and we're doing that again through this plan. And a lot of times this plan isn't the way it should be. And we're trying to, you know, we call it adaptive management. Those buffalo, they're adapting to the climate. They're not coming out. So they're doing that on their own. They're knowledgeable enough to know that they don't have to go out to garden or they see people out there waiting for them. You know, they turn around. They see different things out there that aren't there yet. I'm just looking at my old notes from 2012, meeting over in Missoula. We're talking about some of the same issues from 2012 to 2021. And I was telling my brother about this morning that it bothers me that we're still studying to death. That's like one of my old elders that passed away. You talk about studying to death. And with salmon, you see the same thing happening. You know, here in the Nez tribe, we did a study with salmon where it's quasi-extinction, semi-quasi-extinction, where we're losing these animals right before our eyes because of the way things are happening, habitat, climate change, all those things. So with buffalo, almost in the same manner, we're doing the same thing. You know, there's limitations that were being placed upon us. And well, I want to see expansion, you know, in the greatest way possible. You know, whether it's translocation, you know, we have to do that with our salmon. We have to go down to Bonneville Dam, pick up salmon or lamprey and barge them past the dams so that their survivability is there. You know, the buffalo, same thing. We may need to think outside the box when we go out there and get these buffalo and like cattle, if that's the way you want to utilize them and categorize them as, and go put them out there in these areas and let them run. It's those types of thinking that we need to start with, where, you know, we start expanding into these tolerance zones because we haven't seen the success yet. I keep asking, what's the success of these tolerance zones that we're so adamantly about patting ourselves on the back?
15,000 acres here of new tolerance zones for these buffaloes to roam in, but they haven't went there. They don't year round. They're going back into the park. So we don't have that opportunity like we used to. And, you know, like with West Yellowstone, the herd is in turmoil, it's diminishing. So we, even though we opened this season there, we didn't explain to our travel membership as to be conservationists and to think about it. And so nobody went over their parks. And so that was, you know, something that we took on as a responsibility as a steward in our relationship to the buffalo, is to do our part for them. And sometimes that's doing without, and that's hard. So when you tell that to a tribal member that, you know, especially that we had, I told this story about telling my nephew that I closed the Clearwater River salmon fishing this spring, and he was all ready to go fishing. And I told him, I said, no, nephew, we closed it. And he gave me this forlorn look. He was bummed because I told him we had to close it for conservation purposes. So when you tell that to somebody that knows that feeling already, of being told he can't do something that he was born into to be able to do. So I wanted just to say that part about, you know, this time and what it means to me as a West hunter and the limitations that are placed on this number of buffalo. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. Kim?
I think those are very good points. I think there should be a conversation about why are we not totally using the existing tolerance zones. I mean, I don't disagree with anything you said. I mean, bison are the only species that we constrain in the Yellowstone National Park. Every other species goes back and forth and transcends. I think the bison conservation transfer program on a micro scale has been very successful. I mean, 160 to 180 that we transferred to Fort Peck, I think have gone into 15 or 16 tribes across the country, as far as New York, as far west as Alaska. You know, but that's even with some of the improvements and expansions that we're making within that partnership with this group, those numbers are still relatively nominal. And so I think that we kind of measure success here in micro steps. I don't know that any of us are totally, you know, if you would have said back in 2000 when this group was formed, where would we be in 2021? My guess is people would have thought we'd be in a place probably 2 decades later. I do commend the partners around the table for making the positive steps when they're available and taking advantage of opportunities when they're available. But I do think it's time for us to do something better and bigger to break out of this paradigm that we've been in the last 2 decades. I don't know exactly what that is, but I've got confidence that you know, we can either sit here for the next 20 years doing the same thing that we did for the last 20, you know, making progress, but maybe not as meaningful or as big as we want. Or we can probably start trying to think more collectively as a group in a bigger way and do something that will address more successfully some of the big points that you made.
Great, thanks. Carl? And then after Carl, maybe we should probably move on.
Cam, I really appreciate those thoughts. I'm just going to suggest that we're still operating in silos. You guys are talking about the challenges at the park. We're trying to figure out how to maybe shape that. We still have the hunt versus park management somewhat in silos. We should be, if you really want to move the ball, we should be thinking outside the box, sideboards, operational sideboards that we currently work under, including whether or not we can actively do things in the park. Can we push the animals around in the park? Can we change the way they behave in the park? And let's get together in a working session instead of getting together and saying, this is what we did, this is what we did. Let's pull together and try to find some collaborative resolutions to these issues. And we can do that now on Zoom, for fact, we don't have to travel for 2 days. I know you felt our pain yesterday, so I appreciate that. But if we could get together in a collaborative work session between the hunt tribes and the park and potentially the Forest Service as well, kind of identify all the things that constrain our decision making and all the opportunities that may be out there that we've overlooked to do creative things. And hold those up against the challenges that we have right now in terms of managing the healthy population, getting these animals out into the landscape better, and using a combination of track, transport, and quarantine and hunting as ways to regulate that population. I think we'll be a lot harder than coming together a few times a year. Walking out of our silos, if you will, and trying to find solutions.
I think it's well said, Carl. I think, not sure if you were really in the park.
Always.
But
I heard that was a 150-year anniversary.
Yeah. Okay, I've heard that. Well, the thing is, like, I've been through 3 years of IBMP meetings, and you guys haven't brought it up once. I figured today. So I think it's within the bounds of the laws of the United States government that we manage by. Having those conversations about how we can work better, what options may be on the table that within the parameters that are reality for us. I think we should do that more aggressively, not just have it constrained to these points. In regards to, the hunting and park question, that is outside of IBMP, the government consultation. That would be something I would expect to get direct requests from the tribes, either individually or as a consortium, with those requests that we respond to formally. So I think there's got to be there's a line there somewhere where we have good conversations about what we can do, what options are there, what haven't we tried, what could we do now as a group, adaptive management wise, to do better together to achieve our objectives. And then I think there's on the other side of that line, a more formal approach that we want to communicate with tribes and progress that lots of those issues, which I get are connected, but for purposes of decision making and legal analysis, we would have to separate.
And I really was not talking about any of the park. I appreciate you bringing that up as we talked about in the past. I was thinking more in terms of facilitated migration into the larger tolerant zone. We're all about pushing that to the park when the time comes to do that. We don't try to actively move them out into the tolerant zone. That may be a part of the solution. I'm just saying, but we can't talk about those things separately. We have to get to that.
Yeah, and I'm 100% happy to do that when we need to, whenever that is, whenever that is available, and wherever in the park or Stevens Creek or wherever you all choose.
Okay, so winding down the population discussion, Eric's discussion about the numbers, why do we always have to talk about the numbers? And then Carl's request for, and I want to find out if there's an action item here, setting up sort of a ad hoc committee, I believe, to talk about what can be done differently. We went through, and for the people on the Zoom call, if you didn't hear, a little bit of discussion about the federal law doesn't allow hunting in the park, and Carl laughingly said that's not actually what I was asking about, but more potentially assisted migration out of the park. Cam provided some.
He was asking about that.
Oh, Cam says he was actually. Okay, sorry. They knew. But regardless, so the question for the group here is this an action item? Do we want to set up a committee right here, and who would be on it? And the charge, I think, is clear. Carl's statement of moving out of the box. What other things can we do that we're currently limiting ourselves? Or is this just a discussion point? I'm happy to set up to write down and
I think it's something we should look at doing. I think there's got to be two sides to that conversation. It's not only Carl, it's outside of that as well as the things that are legally available to us inside the country. I think the question about why is the tolerance zone not in both in Gardner and Westside Park not being fully utilized? That's got to be a conversation. And the answer to that is hunting pressure. And we talked about that here before. And one of the things that we can do, I think the tribe will do a really good job to understand, what's happening, what types of techniques can be used to allow those licenses to move into the tolerance zone and still, have a great hunting opportunity. But I think that that's got to be part of that conversation, not just
you know, what the park has in regards to its migration.
And I understand all of that, and it's still at the point of, is there a group to form, or is this something that just we want to add to the agenda for next time to consider? Or is there something between today and December that's being suggested? I'm gonna look at the lead partner and ask him if, Quincy, your thoughts on this? So this would be what the group has done previously and is in the adaptive management plan, if you will, as a subcommittee that would form to do what Carl and Cam have been talking about. Please, Quincy, sorry. Oops, that's
Cam, they want me to talk here. I think this is something we can probably have a put on the next agenda, or we can have a side meeting on this between today's meeting and also the winter meeting. How does that sound?
So please, Jeremy, and so to be clear, what Quincy's suggesting is, yes, there is something that happens between now and the next meeting, and that group comes back with some kind of set of recommendations, correct? Okay, Jeremy, please.
Yeah, that sounds good, but that's kind of more of a reporting. I think what you're asking about is formalizing some sort of group to facilitate that discussion. And I just say we already do. We have those hunt track protocols that we discuss every year, based changes to them last year. Appreciate the partners signing on to those changes, but I think that's probably where our discussion lies, as it always has, and we can continue to have our email, Zoom, or calls, whatever we need to do for those potential changes. Probably outline a little bit more directly and specifically what Carl's talking about through that, and at the next meeting, we'll hopefully have a product that we can put on the table.
So for what Jeremy's saying, I believe, is the winter ops plan already has the hunt trap protocol. There's a group that last year met, which included you guys, and Tim, I remember, in the park, Chris, others, that will be operating to write the winter ops protocol between now and December. And that group already knows it exists, and there's no need to outline a whole new group. That's what I'm hearing. So then we could move on, if that's correct.
So I think it's a great group. I think it does, maybe ask the group. I think the question is, what's the group talking about? And where are their frustrations or opportunities? They're not, there are decision points that are not being made in those forums that need to be made. We have the right conversation around ideas that people have, whether we execute on those or not. Maybe that's already happening, I'm not sure. But if there's, my point is, if there are things that you want me to listen to, ideas that you have, ideas that you think we should try, that are within the bounds of legality, I'm very willing to have that conversation within that form or whatever other form you all want.
Carl, does that work then to just that group that you're already part of to just essentially expand this group can now look a little bit wider and broader? I'm just trying to get us to a point of, do we need a new group set up, or as Jeremy has said, it just needs a little different charge?
Yeah, I think that is the group. I think Jeremy's right on target. We don't need to recreate the wheel there. I think the way we approach this needs to change. My perception is that the way we approach it in that group is the park comes forward with their thoughts, and we come forward with our thoughts, and we have a back and forth. I think we need to develop those thoughts collaboratively. We need a working group. We need to sit down multiple times and talk about, let's lay out the issues, let's lay out the things we're trying to fix. It might be well to have that facilitated, Scott, and in a way that would really create collaboration instead of this silent approach that we've been trying to use in the past. I don't think it's been successful, fully successful, and the incremental progress is challenging.
So if we can close this, I think what I'll say, the notes will be that the group that does the hunt trap protocol, which has been, I know that the Umatilla, the park, the Nez Perce tribe, I believe the Forest Service was involved. I can look at the notes from the last couple of years, will expand their discussion scope to include items that are not currently, to make the window bigger of what's might be possible or suggested. And then we'll come back with that with potential for winter operations changes. That's a little soft, but and Carl's, it's hard with him. So I'm going to reflect that in the notes that way. All right, we are actually moving fairly slowly, but enforcement next, then field operations, then I guess we've really just talked through number 4, so I'm going to cross that off. Let's just incorporate for the north side enforcement, and well, let's just do with enforcement. Adam, I don't know if you have anything you want to start with that, or Quincy, or anybody from the lead.
Yes, I'm going to turn this over to Officer Burnett Lee Whiteman.
So we're on north side enforcement, things like communication between agencies within hunter training groups and so forth, please.
Well, when it comes to the enforcement on the north side, specifically the bottleneck at Beatty Gulch, communication is essential for safety. It's important for all of our participating treaty tribes and hunters to meet every morning. That's where we get our assessment of who's on the ground, how many rifles are there, what's the day going to look like, and sometimes it works really well, sometimes it doesn't. And when it works well, it's just all right, And it's kind of like, I've heard it many times, it's kind of like herding cats, trying to herd cats together and get them all going one way, or trying to get a bunch of cats to get them in a box. It's kind of like that some days. It can be difficult. But with the MOA, it kind of makes a way for our agencies to talk to each other, especially other tribal enforcement. I know we have a good working relations with just about every enforcement agency that's there on the ground. We try to coordinate every day at the morning safety meetings. That's really essential. And every morning I wake up and when I get over there, I wake up and get ready for the day. And you have to have something in your heart that will help you throughout the day. And what I have in my heart is I believe what I'm doing. I believe I have to get up to go over there and see who's there, and because I want everybody to be safe. I believe in safety. I believe in it's in my heart. I want our people to be safe. I want their life to be protected, and that's essential to everyday life for our families, for our friends and our relatives. The safety aspect of hunting itself, the act of hunting itself. Our elders here, they've always told us it's dangerous when you're a hunter or a fisherman, because where we go hunting around here, we're hours and hours away from any hospital. We're hours away from any kind of help. So they always told us, be careful. Your knives are sharp, you got a loaded weapon.
always treat it like that, always treat your weapon like it's loaded, it's all those kind of things. And then so go to the meetings with this kind of influence in my life and go to these safety meetings with other tribal agencies and try to bring that there on the landscape. Sometimes it's reciprocated through different, depending on which officers are on shift, the dynamics. But it's really difficult when we do not have any communication with some of the non-MOA tribes to try to get people on the same page. But I can say it has improved over the years. It has improved, and the coordination has been getting better from what it used to be. And I know our friends, the show band, they're non-MOA, but they are really good to work with. Their spirit is good. They have that in their heart. The officers that they have in the field, they have that in their heart, what I was talking about, the safety aspect, and believing what they're doing. And then so it's like, how do we get all of those personnel on the line guys that work there to look in that same direction as far as safety? Sure, maybe our policymakers, maybe all the treaty tribes don't want to be a part of the MOA. But I think as long as we're all looking in that same direction as safety first is paramount. It's essential. And just like how we heard this morning, the song, we heard the words, you know, that's based off of a belief in your heart. And we all have that. And it is an inherent right to take care of ourselves, to preserve life. And then so if we can continue to look in that same direction towards the Great Spirit, the Creator, higher power, throughout the days when we put our boots on the ground and we go out there and try to keep everybody safe. And sometimes that means being strong in your words and in your action. And then taking action sometimes is a lot of it, telling people what to do and what not to do. And I think if we can get all of our people at least on those same pages, we can make strides. We can make a lot of strides together as one people looking in that same direction. And then so I want to share some of my experience. There was a day we had the 25 slots of the MOA full that were taken, and we got our hunters together. This is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to do it. Everybody was okay. All right, let's do this. Let's let the herd walk up on their own. And we're not going to haze them. They'll just go up on their own. When they get up on a certain spot, we'll engage a hunt. So we were able to talk all the 25 into cooperating and standing aside waiting. And then as the buffalo were getting ready to move, some people that weren't a part of this group showed up. And they started trying to push these buffalo, and then it just went crazy that day. And then so that's part of the difficulties of being on the ground in the field at BB Gulch specifically. And it's essential to have enforcement there for the treaty tribes. I know the Crow, they were talking about hunting over there. And I think that's good, but I think at the same time it'd be better if
there was that kind of communication amongst the tribes and each other. And I know the Blackfeet, they had enforcement on the ground over there this year, but their communication was like a big wall as far as agency to agency. There was no engagement. There was no. Some of their tribal members were approaching us, approaching me. What can I do? Where can I go? What should I do? And I try to explain to them that you should go talk to your enforcement. They'll tell you what to do. They'll help you.
How about if we bring to see if Dan or Adam have anything to add with respect to enforcement, and then we've got to move on to another topic pretty quick.
But yeah, just in that nutshell, you know, they asked me to speak on this, and that's what I have to say. Thank you.
We appreciate it greatly.
I don't know if
Adam, Chris here with IBMP. Our perspective, the year went pretty well for enforcement stuff. You know, when we have lower migration.
Right into the mic.
There's less conflicts. Most of our enforcement action taken this year associated with the bison hunt was on other species, elk in particular, that were taking safety closure zones. Those couple items were addressed, but we didn't have any specific enforcement concerns with bison hunts. The communication seemed like it went well when it needed to. In a few instances, we thought there was follow-up. We met with some of the tribes after the hunt ended. So enforcement staff went with Blackfeet to talk about those closures that we had issues with, and our tribal liaison, Quinn Coogan, met with the Crow tribe as they're coming on the hunt to educate them on some of the safety issues that occur down in the area. You know, again, it seemed like a slower year for enforcement stuff just because of the lack of bison. But that didn't mean there was a lack of hunters on the landscape. Our perspective continues to be there's a great concern of the increased numbers of hunters that come to the Gardner Basin in particular, and the crowding that's occurred. There is a concern that once a large migration does come out at some point, the congestion that occurs at Big Gulch could lead to a major safety issue with just the large amount of hunters we're seeing at one time. But we'll continue to address that as needed.
Great, thanks, Adam. In the interest of time, maybe we'll move on to the next item. So we have not had a break, and what I'm wondering is Nikita is going to, I believe, talk from 11 o'clock. Is that right, Quincy? I'm wondering, can people make it until like 10 to 11 and just do a break right before that, just keep going, or would you like to just take a break right now? Sorry, it's a little past when. There's no great exodus for the door, so we'll just keep going, and at 10:02 or 1:45, we'll take a break. All right, that's what we'll do. Is there any discussion on field operations that needs to be had? All of this in part looking forward to any changes to the winter operations plan that would include such things as carcass handling, neighbor relations, more on safety issues. I know the Forest Service has done some work on signage and so forth. MWP on this video and those kind of things. Is there anything there that folks want to get out in the meeting? It looks like Adam has something, please.
I would just mention quickly that Quinn Cooker, our travel liaison, has been working hard between us and the Forest Service to make sure that the maps are updated. There is an effort with Mike Toll to put some sort of kiosk or map display at Baby Gulch in a couple of areas, so that hunters that maybe don't have a handout, don't have Onyx or their maps, can walk up to the major area, look, see an updated map, kind of get a better idea of where the safety closures are. And the map should be a combination of federal and state closures, so just as a resource to help with hunters, keep them out of trouble or the safety zone.
And sorry, Adam, before you put that down for the notes, Marina, that's going to be up this year. Is that planned, or is that like it's going to be up in September?
I don't know if we have a date. I refer to the Forest Service because it's going up on their property, but I know it's currently being worked on. Those maps are being passed back and forth right now.
for approval. And the locations, I don't know if they're exactly set, but it's kind of a draft. Get it in place before the hunting season.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, it is supposed to be in place before.
All right, thanks, Kathy. So it should be up before hunting season. Super. Anything else on field operations that anybody wants to bring forward with respect to information, neighbors, etc.? Okay. So we'll close that one off and move over to bison quarantine and translocation. We have sort of 20 minutes, and if we need to carry on, I want to just point out that this afternoon we don't have a lot of public comment, nor do we have one sort of block that's open and not a lot of material, so there is no reason that we need to feel rushed if we need a bunch of time with respect to the quarantine. Let's do this. Why don't we take the break right now, since we're just at a really obvious place, and then let's come back and we'll check in with that and see if the key, where the key is relative to being available. Sound good? When there's no answer, I'm just assuming I'm just brilliant and that's right. All right, so let's take let's see, 11:35, 10:35, 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. You bet. And is he here? I saw him earlier, but now I haven't seen him for a while. Ah, okay. Yeah. Said that right on. It's not being a dad. It's awesome. You keep me broke. She's my girl.
Hey, Scott. You're on mute.
That was very lucky for you all that on Zoom land that I was on mute because I was just yelling at everybody that we needed to get back together. Just a check-in regarding, I talked with Quincy during the break, and what we're going to do is we're going to go to, and this is particularly for Jason and a few other people who are on the schedule, I believe, that are going to provide some update, maybe Chris again, others. We're going to go to Nakia's talk about the Nez Perce tribe cultural aspects and do that until lunch. Those of you who are not here are going to miss, I haven't seen it, but I heard it's a prime rib dinner lunch, which seems like fabulous. And then we'll come back after lunch to do the two items. And apologies if you built your morning around the quarantine discussion and the bison habitat. Also for your knowledge, because of the pandemic, we really don't have a public group here. So we're not expecting more than one or two potentially public comments. So that period will be short. And I'll just prompt the partners that are here that one of the things I looked at, if the partners decide they're interested in looking at their parked item list, was the idea of potentially changing the year schedule. And that was, and I think Tim was involved, and Tim even might have made a presentation on it. I'm not sure about moving the summer meeting until after the park counts, because maybe it might be more useful. So we won't talk about it now, but I'll just say that that was one of the things on the parked item list, was to relook at should the 3 meetings be spaced slightly differently. And I believe Jeremy might have mentioned at one point, it'd be nice if we had the spring meeting a little bit later, so we had our data, something like that. Anyway, so that was one of the items on the parked item list that you may or may not want to talk about, but I'll just throw that out there to get the juices going. Let's see, Kaylani, I'm going to share my screen for Nakia, and I think I do that just on my own, right?
Yep.
Okay, and we'll have Quincy introduce Nakia once I get this set up. And let's see, so share. Okay, so are you seeing that, Nakia's first slide there? Or am I not sharing the right thing again? Kaylani, can you let me know? Are you seeing
Looks
a
good.
slide?
Yep.
Okay, great. Quincy, please. And Nakia will use the microphone and be close enough to my computer before he gets started for the folks at Zoomland to know that if you're hearing me well, you should be able to hear him really well. He will use his slides, so you won't see him. Quincy, please.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. At this time, we will have a cultural presentation by Nakia Williamson, our cultural resource manager.
And again, approximately, good morning to each and every one of you, and also again to welcome you to our homeland here, and I really appreciate seeing all the tribal representatives that are here related to this. It's a very important meeting to talk about this important subject. Really tearing to a really big, significant part of what our life means even today in this time that we're living in. And also the other agencies that are involved. And I think, listening to the discussion, I know a lot of us feel for a variety of reasons very strongly about many of these issues, whether you're from a management side, whether you're from the tribal side. But one of the things that's I think really important to understand from a tribal perspective, I've often heard elders say time and time again about how when you're talking about these things that we're discussing here, that we say we're from this land, we're from this place. And I think, sometimes I think that gets lost on managers, that gets lost in terms of the discussions that we have, technical level discussions that we have, and what that truly means to us. And those things that we share in relationships. And so when you're talking about management of resources, management of land, you're talking about management of tribal people. And so that's really, I think, what that really means, you know, in terms of what I understood, what I understand in terms of the elders. I'm sure many of the other tribes can embrace that same understanding based on the way they were taught. And they were led to believe and to understand this very sacred work that we carry forward on the behalf of not only ourselves here, our ancestors that came before us, those that signed those treaties, but also the those that are following, and most importantly, those that are following behind us. And it was for that reason that when we did the introductions this morning, that you know, you heard the two West Coast Tribe Cultural Resource interns that are here. I thought it was really important to bring them along. I didn't want them to get, you know, overwhelmed by the discussion and so on and so forth, but I wanted them to have exposure to that. So again, you know, recognizing our two interns, we have another intern that's on the field today. He was a junior, so he was able to make it. He's out with our archaeological field group. But I'm glad that they're here to pay witness and to hopefully to latch on and grab and take something home and you know, take something that they can embrace and advance forward, because ultimately it's going to be them that advances forward these issues on behalf of us, and make sure that the decisions that are made and the advocacy that's provided is consistent with our value system. And so many of these values are touched on in our way of life that we try to carry forward. You know, like the song that was brought out is a series of songs that many of our people utilize and share here in this area that reaffirm that obligation to the land and what it truly means to us, and what it truly means to be a part of this land, and what responsibilities that entails that makes us accountable. And again, contrasting that with the way we engage you folks in terms of the rights, in terms of the legal rights and how we engage with agencies, land management agencies that are managing these sacred resources, as our past chairman Shannon Wheeler, I don't know if you coined the term exactly, but the term he uses often is resources fall short of what they really mean to us, but he describes them as life sources, which I think is a really more appropriate term. And so this understanding, this value, this teaching, this law that we have that connects us to this land and to everything around us, that puts us in relationship to everything around us, is a definitive characteristic that carries forward not only those rights that were guaranteed and established congressionally in the treaties that were signed by the various tribes and definitely our tribe, but really to be able to carry forward the very identity that our people carry and have. That includes our language, which many of our languages are endangered. Many of the things that were so defining in terms of tribal people are endangered. And that parallels the loss of land, the loss of resources, the loss of this broader landscape that we've always been connected to. And so that's a really big concept that I think I try to bring out in terms of what really is at stake for a lot of the tribes, and what our presence on the landscape really means over there and in other places where West Coast people as well as other tribes continue to struggle to retain that connection, what it truly means. It carries forward many of our lifeways that are very significant and are still being carried by many of our people. And so without that, you know, the name Nespers, the name of our respective tribes is only a name. What really gives it the truth and the foundation is all these relationships that we carry forward. And, you know, when we talk about our relationships, like when I introduced myself, our Himyuma, it's not only extending to the people that I have a relationship to, my parents, my kinsfolk, my community, maybe friends that are here, but it also connects to the land itself and to these resources that our elders say and have told us that when we receive our name, our Indian name, that the land and the resources and the species of animals, the various ungulates, those that flow in the water, this water that flows by us recognize us. They recognize us. They know us by name. They know who we are. And so that understanding extends to us, and this is the kind of map. It's probably not that visible. I should also say that, you know, I'm sympathetic to those on the Zoom call, you know, like many others I've been on hundreds of Zoom calls, and this is probably, you know, not the best format for, you know, to transmit this information and some of these sorts of things. So if you need to surf the internet, check your social media or whatever, you know, for those of you that are here, you know, hopefully there's something here that you can grasp onto and learn something you can identify with that will give some substance. And maybe even share with you folks as well. So we help develop this visual map to try to represent something that is really impossible to represent. And so we have a series of this kind of broader area. The state boundaries are not located there, but you can see the Columbia River visible on the border of where Idaho, Washington, and Oregon come together. And then the Snake River that goes to southern Idaho, into the area of our brother over here, the Showdown, and out into the Yellowstone National Park. And so we populated this map with a lot of the traditional names that shows some of the significant areas that our people have utilized historically, going back to the beginning when Ziaya and Satwayu, our culture hero, broke it down at Salilo, liberating the fish, and then he follows that route up into the mouth of the Snake River called Utisma, the pointed place up to Tusa, now currently known as Dayton, Washington, up into this area, the Clearwater region, and then down to Sakama, the shady place or the canyon place known as Hell's Canyon, out to the Snake River Plains, and out to Kusaina. And so those are the stories that are told in the wintertime in places like this, winter village sites, that were told by our elders, that are a series of stories with one long narrative that was told over a series of months. And unlike probably the way these stories are characterized in the broader society, you know, some of the fairy tales, this, if you think about that landscape, it basically describes the DNA of the Nez people. It describes those trails that were utilized at places where various resources were gathered. Those are the same places that were taught to our young people, and were ways in which they understood how to relate to the land. And those same stories, in a story, a well-known story here, where Tisca skunk, he sprays, he does his musk and sprays all of the kikaya, and the camas, the service berries, and the blue camas that we still gather here and process in the valleys. And so it was because of that story that our elders would say that it was for that reason that our people only gather service berries and camas at a higher elevation. And so the story, which is kind of a funny little occurrence that happens in stories, that actually teaching us about the ecology of the land, where the proper places, proper times to gather. And so from that story, we know that we don't gather camas, even though camas grows in the Kalamazoo Valley, we don't gather there for the mussel shell or and places like that. So it's those stories that really give substance and meaning, even though it's a different way of understanding. Other people may not see it as non-scientific, but it definitely adheres to the true ecology of the land and the science and the natural phenomena that we observe out in the landscape. And so this map again shows some of those places near what is now Portland, Oregon. Our elders, when the Dallas Dam was put in and inundated the Salilo Falls, had provided testimony to the U.S. federal government, the U.S. Army Corps, the engineers and others. And those elders that were alive, the oldest elders that we had at the time, were brought to bear to give testimony to the Nez people's large movement across the land. You would hire the horse, and it was our oldest elders at that time, a lady by them, and others that were there, Harrison Law, And very old elders at that time, prior to 1947, that said that Willamette, the term Willamette was a Nez word that means bundled together. And that was the testimony that was left towards us, for us. Far east into the country that, we talk about in terms of where the buffalo, in what is now the Custer Gallatin, as well as the larger environs, or places that were known to us as Christine, Helena, Montana, place of Istis, which is a prickly pear cactus, or Wukia Cruz, referring to the Yellowstone River. Many of these places were known and named in our language, and that we hold on to in terms of the knowledge that it, the one thing about our names is, we don't name places after people. The places name themselves in terms of the resources that might be there, or the very important geographic features that might be also there on the landscape. So, that's kind of one way to look at the land. Here's a little bit more, sort of map that kind of shows the roughly the occupied territory and the broader UNA of the Nez people. The yellow line, I don't know if it's not very visible there. The bright yellow line is ICC boundary. The red boundary is the first treaty that was signed in 1855, negotiated with territorial Governor Isaac I. Stevens and Walla Walla, we call Boston, place of Balsam Group. And ultimately, the green, which represents the reduced boundaries that were established by the 1863 treaty, of course, the savings clause that was put into that treaty reserved, outside of the issues related to the specific land-based reserve, those same rights that were discussed about and advocated for by many of our leaders, those 58 chiefs that signed the document in 1855. So many of those issues related to regional custom areas, and that lengthy discussion that happened between, especially Select or Looking Glass, who was there as their primary, one of their primary negotiators on behalf of our people that reserved, and he named specifically in that treaty, he talked about Kusina, Buffalo Country, the areas that we currently are operating in and advocating for resource there. And so those were talked about and specifically named at that particular time during that treaty. And so this little kind of graph, I guess you would say, kind of shows about the movements. Oftentimes the tribes, including the Nez tribe, we're characterized as being nomadic people that are just kind of aimlessly wandering around the landscape in historic times and traditional times looking for food, but that really wasn't the case. There was a very specifically timed movement that our people did, starting in these areas along the rivers where our community passed. This was an ancient village site, 11,000-year-old archaeological site that's underneath the road out here. This Pacuema, this is the name of this place. And so that long history that people had in these places that were inhabited in the fall time and until the early spring, when the initiation of our gathering cycle had happened with the our first food feast that we have, our root feast that we have in the springtime, when the first run of tunic salmon, the leader comes up, and many of the roots that are available right on these hills in the early spring. So this kind of describes that movement that not only across the land of various drainages where different bands were living, across this vast area, probably 17 million acres of occupied territory, numerous bands of many drainages. But they would start out in these areas, move across, but also move and gain elevation. So this time of year, our people would not be living in this area, they'd be up in the higher areas like the Camas Prairie and some of these areas. And so this kind of gives the illustration on the right-hand side of this graph. Shows the elevation, and then it shows the associated, what roughly equates to months or times in which different resources were gathered. That movement is called two spins up to all, meaning like going to a higher place as the year progresses, culminating in the fall and the gathering of the last berries, the huckleberries that would happen, and then initiate the return back down. So that kind of graph kind of shows,
some of that movement that would happen. And again, this movement is based on this relationship, and we describe it as a relationship because it is so very integral to our way in which we interact and the way we comport ourselves to the land. So our relationship is not purely based on a resource-based relationship like maybe the broader society sees it, or purely an economic-based relationship. We call it a relationship because like in any relationship, you are deriving some sort of benefit, but you're also providing something back. And this place that we are, and as I mentioned in the opening and welcome, is a very important spot because it reminds us of that accountability that we have when the time was made for the Nakita with the Indian people to be placed on this land. And the animal people were gathered and called to this place on the other side of the river. And as the story mentions, it was at that time all the animals were, in our songs, we count our songs in sets of certain numbers, 3, 5, 7, 12, and all the animals were counted and named. And that's when our toast to this family was our first to step forward. The Pika was seen, whitetail, the buffalo, all of them lined up, and they were called to council. And at that time, the coyotes said, "Be here at this time, at the beginning of this day." And there was a group of those animal beings, which were interacting, acting more like us, you might say in that time, that were like how people are now. They don't want to conform to any sort of, any sort of law or any sort of time. And so they said those animal people, in fact, the place is on fire, that fire released, and they were up there playing rope, sticking, and they played all night, had a really good time. And so they were late coming down. And so those rocks, those big boulders over there, were those animals that were turned to stone. And because they were late, because they disregarded Coyote's law to be here at that time. And what the old people would say, those represent those extinct species that are no longer on the landscape, those coming out of the last Pleistocene, the Pleistocene megafauna that was once here. So those big boulders across there represent those animals that weren't counted and weren't named, and thus creating this world in which we can observe around us, this natural world, which we are part of as well. So again, this is a very significant relationship, and we have a role in terms of the relationship that provide many of the. It's really difficult to understand and to explain in these kind of forums, and so I think I really tried hard to try to have managers, land managers, like many of you sitting on the table, understand what that truly means. And those of us that are involved in the gathering of our sacred foods, many of us that are here, those that are not, understand this and understand that, especially with some of the plant communities, the culturally significant plants that we see that they have a role in the propagation of those plant communities. So when you're talking about ecology, if you're not considering the relationship that thousands of years of interaction with our people as well as other tribal people had with these plant communities, then you're not really considering the full ecology of these plant species, because we always interacted with them. Many of these plants, as you can see here, maybe not as well, but it shows up good on my screen, that when they're propagated and they're dug at a certain time, that is a part of how the plant community sustains itself. So when you remove tribal people out of that paradigm, that's an impact to the resource. That we play a role in the propagation of those plant communities. So again, we're not talking about separate things. We're not talking about the management of people, treaty rights, things over here, and then talking about the management of ecosystems and ecology over here. Those are the same thing. And I think that's one of the things that is really important to understand. And that's
So we're not only talking about the community health, the well-being, the cultural well-being of tribal people, Nez people in particular here in my presentation, but we're also talking about the health and well-being of the very land itself. So that's really what's in store, and that's why it's described as a relationship, and that's the one that I presented in that way, rather than simply just resources that are to be managed. And this all tears to the long history that our people had, the history and those things that are carried forward, the harvest of these very sacred roots here, the tunnus root that we still gather and we still bake in the ground here. We never lost that teaching, we never lost that, even though there's only a few families that still do it. We still are holding on to the knowledge that ties us to the land. So again, mentioning the treaty that was signed at the Long Treaty or the Long Council that was held in 1855. And again, one of the strong advocates that were there was a leader by the name of Lapwai, and he had showed up late to that council. He was over in the Judith Basin in hunting at that time, and he heard that the treaty was being made, and he came over into that council. And that council was kind of starting to wind down, and as he showed up with the contingent 3 leaders that were with him, Bruce Lee, Red Owl, they put a big hill co-op, which is my great-great-grandfather, the name that I carry, and a contingent of 20 warriors came in and through that council of people, and he made some of the strongest words in regards to the protection of those, what we now call rights, that relationship, that long connection that people had, and this kind of back and forth between him and Governor Stevens. I heard Governor Stevens. He's named specifically about the area in question and about that if we're going to move to the smaller land base, we need to have an ability to go to sign a Buffalo country. And you'll see the response to this concern of Governor Isaac Stevens is taken from the treaty minutes, and so yeah, you can see that this is part of that interaction that took place when the advocacy was being put forth, by our leadership at that time. And I think that's something that the leaders can always, that's the burden that they carry, is to advocate not only on behalf of the people, but to advocate on this larger understanding that connects us, to this land. And part of Article 3 is the erecting of temporary structures, the privilege of hunting, and the gathering of roots and berries, again connecting to that life that is still continuing today, pasturing the horses, which is really important to obviously people here as well as in other places, cattle as well. And then of course the very important passage about the taking of fish, the lautics, those that dwell in the water, and those that we have a relationship to the Natal, Chinook salmon, breaks, blueback salmon, the Hasu, lamprey, and many of those species that are many of our tribes, the West Coast tribe has advocated, they continue to advocate on behalf of. And so this relationship that I'm speaking of, this broader landscape that was kind of outlined in some of the maps and visuals that were provided earlier, is not a relationship that existed the way we understand it now today. I think there's this kind of this paradigm between plateau tribes, northwest coast area, plains areas, and these kind of, you might say stereotypes, these ways in which we understand ourselves in relationship to this world. But because of our people that have lived here for thousands of years, we understood the time when the buffalo were here on this landscape. So this site known as Kakapa, our place that's lit up, place that receives sun, is up where the junction is with the Colorado and the Snake River, up past, which is to the south, upstream at a place called Buffalo Eddy. And this is a series of pictographs that were painted with a red address paint that is some 2,000 to 3,000 years old. This is on the opposite side of the rock of the real famous inside images that were kind of like spacemen. Camera type feature. I'm not sure what they are, but that's what people
non-English interpreters. This is on the other side of that rock monolith. And these are painted ones, and faintly you can see the image of the man with his forelock streaming back and down in the lower left. It's not as visible. You can see the buffalo that are there. That's where the name Buffalo 88 comes from, is from these pictographs. So again, that relationship that people have gone many years back, thousands of years back, to prior to the arrival of the horse. And then our people observed sometime in the 1700s, the last buffalo that were kind of in this area around a place called Tukwila, now known as Boise, Idaho, in something about what happened there. The herds were basically followed the herds into what is now Yellowstone National Park and those broader environments. So again, the understanding that we have here, there's also a buffalo count site just to the west of us down the Lower Snake River. It's an archaeological site. Now again, those sorts of things are more associated with the plains, but there's actually a buffalo kill site of around 200 buffalo that were taken just adjacent to a currently known as the genocide of the Lower Snake River, just immediately to the west of us. So there were two major trails that were utilized by our people to access the Crusaina area, the Montana Wildland Plains area was very much well known, obviously to us. Crusaina is the major trail, also called the Nespers Trail, later used to traverse the Clark expedition in 1805 and then returned in 1806. This is one of the markers that Indian Post Office which we call it. Those rock cairns were places that were spiritual supplication would take place, and this is kind of looking kind of east in the southeast direction of that very important trail, and the whole story that associated with that in terms of the grizzly bear that was gifted the knowledge of that trail to our people years and generations back. There's another trail that basically parallels the south fork of the Colorado River, goes to this Red River, what is now Red River Hot Springs, and over to the River corridor, and then comes out right where the Garden of Montana, just south of underneath the Thunder's home, which is what we call El Capitan. And that's what we call the Wissa is from the word Sass, our campsite, when our people would move across the landscape. So again, that's where the name camping trail is a part of it. Break off and cross the Salmon River and go south into Chilliwack country, a place called Mackey Hospital. So those are the two major trails that our people utilize to access that our landscape. One of the historical figures that's very well known to not only the Nespers people, to the broader history that played a very important role in many of the negotiations. This was the Aluminium Captain, the young looking glass. And so his father was the one who was so hungry, that was his father who died around 1871 and was buried on the Snake River, just upstream from Clarkston, Washington, was North Clarkston, Washington. This was his son, Aluminium Captain, that was a part of the group that we called Crusaina and Navajo, and those that dwelt east of the Big Blue Mountains continually. He was one of those individuals that was perpetually, especially after we had the horse and dwelt in the Buffalo country and the area in question, in areas around Livingston, Montana. There was a camp there just east of Livingston, Montana that was utilized by this individual. And at times we had allies with the Isuka, as was discussed this morning, the Crow Nation, they were allies at that particular time and fended off attacks by other tribes. And so there was a friendship that happened there at that particular time up until 1877, and that kind of subsided at that particular moment. But so this bad Aluminium Captain was taken, just east of Livingston, Montana in 1871 by William Jackson, who was a part of the Geographic Survey. So again, he was a very, his man died in 1877 at the Bear Paw Battle. again, fighting for those very significant rights, the rights to be at peace, but also the rights to continue those relationships that are very significant identity of Mexico's people. So this was a part of that same series. Depicts two Mexico's men sitting outside of their lodge and the broader camp. Again, this is some of the testimony provided by Kamala, that was at Big Timber where we had the camp. Right at the Caipa is the area between Big Timber and Livingston, Montana. Right at the Caipa as a reference. There are two interpretations. One interpretation is that it refers to the basin, the broader basin of that area, the geographic area. Another interpretation is it was the place near where the first Crow agency, or the first agency that was there, the first kind of pan, like the black cast iron pans or these basins were traded for the very first time our people seen those at that particular time. So sometimes prior to 1800. But again, that shows photographic evidence of some of our people that were accessing the Cusana and Mapu that were living out there at that time. Another site just a little bit east of that point is we call Kipsaspa. And Kipsas is a kind of scraper that was utilized, made from an elk horn. It was polished and it was in early times fashioned with a flint. Later on, it was fashioned with a steel blade, and they used it to thin buffalo hides as well as elk hides and larger. It wasn't a tool that was used for processing deer hides. But this mountain was described as, because of the chisel-like feature of the rock bluffs up there, was described as Elkhorn Mountain. And there was a series of very significant intertribal battles that occurred on that feature. One in which the Neskers were allied with the Crows at that particular time in a battle. Several activities, and there's actually different types of significant features that are associated with broader landscape. So again, this kind of shows some of those areas that were identified and known to the Neskers people. And one of my elders that was in also the cultural research program, but also provided a lot of mentorship to myself, always reinforce the idea that we always have to remember the names, because it's the names, the traditional names that our people have that describes the land and ties us to the land. But one day there's going to be a time where the non-human is going to come to you and ask about the importance of these things that we speak of. And if we can't speak about them in the terms that we understand them, then they're going to minimize your connection to this place. They're going to say you no longer have a connection to this landscape. And so I took those words to heart to remember these place names and these associated histories, acknowledge that people carry forward. And that's why these names are important. Again, the land names itself, the land names itself according to what's there, the features there, the resources that are there, and the things that happen. We don't name places after people like the Bravo Society does. Take for instance, Rosa Park, named after the American Rosa Park, was supposedly discovered as a land of the people who living in over 16,000 years. So again, just a different view and different way of putting this out in relationship to everything around you. This was another man we call Via Connect in the power. He was a young man in 1877 war. I don't know that little thing that's a little pop down deal. It's okay. But anyways, we have Connect in the power being light in the mountains. He was a young warrior in 1877 war. And this was at the end of the time when our people were living free in the landscape, like many other tribes were living in these areas and were being forced to confined to these smaller reservation areas. And our people were one of the last groups on the northern plains to continue to literally not only contribute to the living and fight for those rights that were so important to the continuation of who we are, our identity, and those true rights that were guaranteed and reserved in 1855. And it was those patriots, our own patriots that fought and left their lives on that landscape. So this man was, he was born in just prior to 1860, sometimes he died in 1960. So many of our elders remember this individual who was later known as Johnson Boyd. And he was considered to be probably one of our last buffalo hunters. And he talked about, you know, he killed a bull, I think 2 bulls and a calf, and that was the last known time prior to, you know, obviously the hunt being restarted in 2005. He was considered the last buffalo hunter that gave testimony to what he had seen, and at that time there was still buffalo on the broader landscape. And so he spent time after the 1877 war. He lived and kind of roamed around in Montana. He escaped capture and eventually kind of made his way back here to the Nescos Reservation. He lived on the other side of the reservation, a place called Spikes, and later on Spikes, Idaho, and later on near Orfino, Idaho, this man resided. So his testimony about his connection and again was considered probably one of the last buffalo hunters until obviously 2005 when the tribe initiated that hunt and again reestablished a very sacred relationship. And we heard that testimony of some of the hunters and some of the issues that are out there in terms of an issue that I think a lot of us are unaccustomed to and how to adapt to the changing landscape. You know, it's not just that the broader perspective that somehow the tribal people are supposed to be suspended in this idealized time in the 1870s or 1850s, when the realization that this land has been utterly transformed due to hydroelectric projects, numerous other things, fences, and everything that had happened. This landscape is utterly been transformed, but yet somehow tribes are supposed to be suspended in this idealized time in which the land is entirely different than the way we experience it and know it. And now, you know, some of the issues about navigating some of those issues, some of those artificial, you know, sort of, you know, challenges that are out there on the landscape that really, you know, make it definitely a challenge for tribal people to navigate the continue these things that are so definitive to who we are. And that's something that's really important. As somebody who's been one of the people that are here and who's been over there and taken part of that, and it's, you know, for me, being brought up as a hunter my whole life, and as was referenced by our older men that taught us, when we were brought to hunt, the probably first, as a young boy, probably 9, 10 of my uncles and the broader kinsfolk that, you know, talk about this just in terms of from the safety standpoint. I remember the first, I don't know how many years of my life of being a hunter, I never handled a gun. I never carried a gun. I was just there along to observe. I was just looking to be there, to be a part of what was going on. And you had to go through those years and years of really instruction in terms of taking a course and observing the proper way to do things. And so we had good teachers, many of us that were here, our fathers, uncles, grandfathers that taught us these things. And so you knew that you had to wait your time, and it wasn't for years later that I was even able to carry a gun on these hunts with many of our extended family that would happen. And you know, that was just a part of the protocol that would happen in terms of, you know, understanding how to safely handle, you know, a rifle and how to do things in the proper way, how to process your animal. You know, one of the teachings that our uncles would tell us is that if you don't know how to take care of the animal from the beginning to the end, then you have no business hunting. And, you know, so there's many of these things that were brought out, you know, and for me, particularly as, again, somebody who's hunted my entire life and, you know, harvested many types of species of game, and also later years hunted for long houses where we have to hunt a large amount of animals to feed, you know, a lot of people for funerals, like the funerals that are happening. consistently with their traditional funerals, as well as our roof feast, where we're putting out the new food. And, for me, I never really had an issue with that, but when we reestablished that relationship with the buffalo, it's a different feeling that I have, when we interact with that animal. And there have been many times, talking about the many issues that come up that either makes us successful or not successful. Over there, bringing home an animal in my heart, it'd be like the last day. And it looked like nothing's going to come out in my heart. I would pray at night and in the morning, and then I would make that promise to the Kokal that if you are going to provide this out to me, that the first place that your meat is going to go is to the longhouse and is be brought out in a proper way. And I would make that promise, and then lo and behold, in the last day or two, the buffalo will come and we'll be able, and what we say, we're not hunting them, it's the animal that is recognizes us by name, recognizes us by who we are, how we conduct ourselves in accordance with his laws, is providing himself to us as per that ancient relationship with the animals that we have at this very spot. Buffalo was there too, and so that's really what we're about, and hoping to protect this way of life, hoping to continue this way of life. And so, I guess what I'm trying to, do today is to give a perspective in terms of our people that we need to, and, obviously there's a lot of similarities with many other tribes, and there's also some differences as well. But, I think it's so very important to understand what this truly means. It's more than a hunt. When we hunt and gather in sacred activity to us, even though on the surface it may look similar to what Mayan people are doing, what we're doing is continue that relationship because those animals have lived and stepped forward on our behalf at the time of creation. And along with that comes the responsibility of how we're accountable. Some of those are ceremonial obligations, but others are the advocacies that are provided by the leadership and the voices that are here in the room to continue that. Because without that, we're just that much less of who we truly are as the people, as Native people, whatever tribe that one might come from. Without that connection, the language, the Kusainiyev, the hunting, the words that go along with that activity, without that, the order when you're brought out during the telling of our first food ceremony, there's a place missing. If we're ever to lose, we hear about the extinction reports on the Chinook salmon, and we've already seen what the buffalo have, and there's going to be a missing spot, and those have their own spot on their tables. And that's not only the way something's served in terms of maybe you all might understand it. That's the sacred order that was placed that we follow, which is our law. And that's what we recognize. That's what we're trying to recognize here on this day as we navigate these many issues that we have to navigate. And again, I'm very thankful that those that are here to navigate those issues together, hopefully in a collaborative effort. And again, to be grounded in those things that are so very important. So we have a law that we're following with the state, federal, tribal laws, but more importantly, it's our law that has kept us and carried us throughout this landscape since the beginning of time, and which will keep us here long after. But a part of that is our relationship and our life that is carried forward, and that indeed, we're not just trying to manage a species, we're not just trying to manage a hunt, we're trying to carry forward our very life, and that's really what's at stake for our people here, and really how important this really means to us. Again, our young people that are here, that are paying, that will give testimony to the words and things that were spoken, and hoping back with it in another 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, that we're not stuck in the same issues, that we really understand that the land and the animals is the one that's a testimony speaking the law to us, and it's our job to interpret that in accordance to the way we have. And engaging again with all of the stakeholders is really important. We want to recognize that, and definitely, I think what we get from our leadership is to provide those local relationships with all the stakeholders, the tribes, and be agencies to move in that effort. As we always say, when we're having disagreement with one heart, and that's the biggest challenge that we have, obviously, because we'll have different perspectives. But the more and more we can come together as one and to move forward and advance these issues, but to understand really what it means for the people, perhaps other tribes, I can't speak for them, but what really was at stake for us. And so that's kind of what I want to provide for you today. At the end of my presentation, and see how much is given and be served. And so, again, I'm just very grateful that all of those, we can look around the world, the respective tribes that are here, that we have relations, historical relationships in the past, the state scrutiny that, we know that they came over into the upper Lockstock area, some of the names that were shared, some of the connections that we have with those people. And at one time, our people, young people, were very, very close, and were almost considered some people, of course, down to the west of us. What is now known as the Four Treaty Tribes, that's Christian many relationships out there, and again, just many tribal relationships that have existed and have developed over the years, historical and non-historical, just kind of the interactions you have with the tribes. So again, we have a lot to see in one another in terms of the friends, the relations that we have, even with many of us are friends over on Shoreline reservation, people that I kind of grew up knowing. I think one of them on the call, I think Blueberry on the call. So we have a lot of connections, so we're going to move forward with this and find a commonality, find those connections, and move this issue forward on behalf of all of us. So again, as we always want to thank you for this little bit of time and this opportunity to be here this day. And I hope the rest of the day is good day to kind of things get ironed out, and if not today, we'll need a future. Thank you.
We have any questions or comments for Kia?
Thank you, Kia, and everyone, Marie Montana, Shandang Tribes Council member. Yeah, I just wanted to say I appreciate that, and I know we have a lot of stories too as well, and similar, and similar legends and all that, and like you mentioned, it was Buffalo on the Snake River Plains. So it was 1840 before you get wiped out. No offense to the immigrations that came, but things happened. It's kind of took the toll on them. But there's a bigger bison a long time ago too. When I was in that Field School, all through here. It was a huge bison, just with the bigger horns. But that's you mentioned that. But I just want to mention real briefly. I know there was some of you guys probably already know that, but some of our people were Weezer River, and Chief Eagle right. And his daughter was married, and he was married to Chief Eagle's daughter, I believe. So they had strong connections there. And then when this first war broke out, he went back up because there's different bands and different. Our people have so many different bands as well, and different bands and mostly Shoshone bands. But then after this first war, we were always allies. I mean, with some of the tribes, I looked at it too, I was told. And during the mountain rendezvous came at the Lewis and Clark, the 1820s to 40s. And when you mentioned the series communities, I was researching because I did my degree in American Studies and American Indian Studies, researching all kinds of things. And then I found out the series community and Miss Chris traveled together way down there to Black Split River to where we started archery, Fort Bridget, then the Green River, and those areas all over. So we guys always came together to protect us. And we was always allies too. I don't know, things changed, no offense to non-Indians, but they brought that to us. We put us against each other for certain boundaries and stuff, all kinds of stuff. But there was one grandmother that was married to Miss Purse. I spoke Miss Purse, look over there,
Lemhi Reservation, even though it's called Lemhi from the LDS Mormons. But after this first war, somebody was coming back and they stayed there for 2 years with the Chitundos and hidden. I don't know if you guys know that story. They stayed at the camp there. That's what I was told in our oral history language, not in the books. And then they finally ventured back and they're over here, I guess. But, you know, there's different stories like that. So, and then now, you know, I guess I'm getting to is our people, I don't know, we are them and Washington, but for this, agency, it's pretty difficult for our people because we were all the time. Our laws, we mentioned, and we do ceremonies with them. I remember saying that, so don't worry, we call it first time. We hang up before in our center for, and that's how sacred it is to us, our shield, our rules. But we have 3 of them. This will be their 3rd one this weekend, it's Friday, reservation. Dancing for this water and praying for this water. All the life we mentioned, appreciate all that. But I just wanted to say that when I came here and good way to respect all you guys, what this guy had to say too about the animals can speak for themselves, and we got to speak for them. And that's why I know I'm not you guys, and I'm to really look at us walking our shoes, because we went through so many atrocities in our life. We should never with our people. We had scalps on our people, 1863 to 66, and the bounties on our people in that area. And we had Boise Valley Treaty, and they don't ratify Mineral Treaty and Long-Term Treaty. We have like 12 different treaties unratified, and that one in Virginia City I talked about. You know, and it breaks our heart when we see all this beautiful land and destroyed and developed. We need more habitat for the business there. And rather than this push back to wolf, and wolf is our brother too, even the coyote. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Juan, and again, welcome you as well. And yeah, it's good to talk about the connections. I know many of us have those connections with amongst the different people. And, and then, sometimes we may not get along on certain venues, we may not agree on certain issues, but, we can definitely welcome each other into our respective homelands and definitely welcome yourself and any other people that have come to this land. And, I know there's been a little bit of back and forth with people. We have a couple of tribal members down there, and there's a couple up here, from your reservation. So again, I'm glad that you can reaffirm those stories, and then hopefully we can, if that spirit or that mind, kind of move forward and really advocate and have a unified as much as possible voice on the behalf of our brother here, the brother that we're here to discuss it as well. I think, I never could understand why it's any different, because we in Washington, Idaho, Oregon, I don't know when we get into Montana that, things are different, there's other issues that we navigate, but, we also harness other species over there, and we have a local story that talks about that. We have many historical documents, some of which are shared, with our, some of our leadership that talks about the species that were harvested there as well. Why it's any different over there, it's kind of beyond me. But again, as much as we can find those common for these issues on behalf of us. And I think, for the tribal people, not only us as tribal, but a lot of us, we've been here for thousands of years. We understand what it means for us to sustain life on this land, and that's what we're talking about. Sustaining life. None of our life is connected to the life of buffalo. When we see those species go away, we know that our life is a little bit less, and we're moving on right through it. So again, it's not only advocating on behalf of our individual interests and individual tribes, but it's our life, your life too. Somehow many people have become disconnected and become managers, but really it's our life, our sustained life, not only here, but across the world. So again, thank you for the time, thank you for the words, and see too many people so that was a good sign for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You want to talk about lunch? Rachel, if you would as well.
Rachel is,
I'll take a minute back to her.
okay. There's no other, any other questions? I'd like to call on James Matt. You say a prayer for our lunch.
After that, we'll get Rachel just to describe what's going to be the thinking.
We thank you for your blessings. We thank you, like I said, for bringing us together today. And this is your stories of Jane, just his history of his people. It's good to hear that where the things are headed and what we're trying to accomplish here too. But Father, we ask you that you will, we thank you for the habits that prepared this food and that we're about to eat here. And we just thank you again for everything you've done for us, Creator. And we ask for blessings for everybody that's here and watch over them as they travel back home and get home safely. Thank you very much.
Before everybody heads up, Rachel Ellenwood is events lead and slide center coordinator lead, and she has helped to do everything, and I really appreciate all the work, including like being in here until 10 o'clock last night, turning on lights. Thank you. You can talk about it.
Okay, so today we have the privilege of both of our chefs, our executive chef, as well as our sous chef, are both Nimiku. So today they've prepared for you prime rib made with, or slow roasted with garlic butter, thyme, and rosemary. We also have the roasted red baby baker potatoes that are my favorite. And then we also have fresh vegetables. We have au jus sauce and beef gravy. And then we also have, I just wanted a friendly reminder, we do have fresh coffee over here. I've been trying my best to keep it full. We also have juice, water. We have Pepsi products. We have some of those small little juice cans. Please help yourself. We'll have those replenished throughout the day. And so if there's anything that you need, you can ask myself or Quincy, and Quincy will find me. So, thank you.
Walk okay, let's see. In my language, that's all eat. Thank you.
As people depart, I'm standing in, go ahead if you're ready, but I'm going to stand in front of my computer so people on the Zoom call know we're scheduled from 12 to 1:30. We may go a little shorter than that, you think, or not? Oh, man, I'll do that later. Everybody agree. Yes, I did. Scott, go on. ED. All right. Enjoy. So for you folks that are on the Zoom call, I ran across to get a camera to take a photo and pulled out the cord. The group here is going off to have what just was described as a phenomenal lunch, and the schedule is from 12 to 1:30. Quincy said, let's just go with that. And if we're ready to start earlier, we will. So all I can tell you is I will type in if it looks like we're starting before 1:30. And of course, that's 1:30 Lapwai time. And my expectation is we'll go back to the 2 items from this morning. And besides that, there actually will not be a lot unless the partners that are here decide that they would like to tackle the parked item list. So we'll see how that goes. In the meantime, it looks like people are still on. So to know that we currently have 90 minutes is the expected lunchtime, but I'm just telling you, I believe that may shorten to an hour when folks start thinking about driving home through the smoke and that kind of thing. Okay, thanks. Before we go back on the agenda. Oh, and I see that Kaylani just started the recording. Thank you very much. People are, you know, it's in the big room and they're all sort of coming back. So I would say about 3 minutes, we'll be ready to go.
How can you have a meal like that? You have a meal like that.
Yeah, that's just phenomenal. So we've got almost everybody. Rachel, I'm glad you're here. And even though Dr. Zalewski, I think, just told you, I'm going to ask him if he can repeat. Stay here. I'm going to ask him if he can repeat what I was hearing him say earlier, because I think he speaks for everybody. And I'll give him the microphone.
Yes, Zoom is terrible. No, no, I was just saying that the primary was fantastic. It was really, you know, the rub was just tremendous, but really potatoes may have truly been the best I've eaten in my entire life, which is saying something. Because being born in Poland, I've had a lot of potatoes, I can tell you. And these are really, it's pretty much rock. So thank you so much. That's wonderful.
I was just going to say thank you very much. I told you guys all in the very beginning that that's my favorite of everything that we serve here. Anytime there's potatoes left over, all for it. Awesome. Thank you again. I'm glad you guys all enjoyed it. Yeah. I took it.
So we want to do that in part so you also can share with staff that good feedback. If you, thank you guys so much. And then Neil has just an update comment on the Nez Perce Tribe Hunting Stewardship Program. Actually, if you want to come in front of here, that'd be great, because then the people on the Zoom call can hear better. And it's this flyer, let's see. Oh, they can see you, right?
Yeah, I won't take a lot of time here. Back on the tables, I put some of these brochures back there. These are from our Nez Perce Tribe Hunting Stewardship Program, which is part of our non-lead initiative, which we have, and it's not a requirement or anything, but I just wanted to share that with everyone. We've had a number of our tribal hunters have been using non-lead ammo with good intentions over in Yellowstone hunting bison, just to reduce the amount of lead in the food web. So anyway, these brochures are available back on the table. If you have any questions about it, you can get with me. I'll certainly either answer some of the questions myself or direct them to our non-lead hunting stewardship coordinator at our office. So thank you.
Thanks, Neil, very much. Any questions for Neil on that? The flyers are out for people here in the room on the tables. There is a recognition during lunch, which I wasn't surprised by, that between the drive back and the losing an hour and the way the agenda is set up, that we very likely will end early. So just say that out loud. We were, I don't know, Quincy, do you have any guidance you want to start with, or should we just jump back on the agenda? Okay, Quincy says go. So we're going to move to the bison quarantine and translocation, and we'll talk about the west side. I believe Jason has some comments on that. And then I believe there is no public testimony today. And then the discussion of the EIS and status updates. So actually it's fairly short. So Dan, do you want to start the discussion on the status of the quarantine facility and translocation? And then I'm sure Cam and others will have items, please.
Sure, I can start.
And due into this, they've been saying they can hear if it's like I'm like touching my mouth.
Okay, so at least at the 4PAC, since the last meeting, we haven't had any transfers to or from the facility. Currently, we have 2 individual test groups there. We have one of 11 males who are going to be getting their 6-month test this week or next week, and another group of 57, which includes 32 females, 18 males, and 17 calves that were just born this spring. Let's see. We have just split our original 2 pens in the 4. So originally we had pasture 120, another 160. We divided the 120 into 50 and 70 acre pastures, and then the 160 was just divided into 2 80-acre pastures. So now we have the capacity to take up to 4 individual test groups. And then I know Robbie was thinking about taking on maybe a 5th pasture as well. I guess whenever I talk to him about that, it's always disappointing because I have to remind him that under the current situation, there's no way 4PAC's ever going to be able to fill 4, and definitely not 5. So it's still our position that 4PAC needs to do phase 2 in order for this program to really be successful. I think another problem or concern that we have is with APHIS is the federal select agent programs draft policy statement. We're concerned that Corwin Springs may be used as a research facility for brucellosis testing on bison in the future, which would further decrease the amount of cohorts into the program. So we feel that we always have the 4PAC needs to be able to undertake phase 2 quarantine. Thus far, I can't imagine there's been 150 or 200 animals in the 4PAC. If we look at all these groups that have gone through the program, we've never had a single animal test positive after phase 1, which is just conducted in the park. After that time, there's no reason to believe that any animal would, seroconvert after that time, and so it doesn't make sense not to expand this program to its full potential and allow 4PAC to do phase 2. And so that's why we continue to update our facility and make sure that, when we're always going to be ready to make sure that we can get more of these bison out to tribes all across the country. Thanks.
Please, can we get the microphone for you? Neil, can we get the microphone for you? Speak right into it. So
Yeah, sorry. The test groups that you mentioned, what are the size of those test groups?
So we have a group of 11 males who just completed their 6-month test. So if you remember, at 4PAC, we only do 1 year of insurance testing when we test those 6 and 12 months after we receive those animals. We also have the group of 57, which includes 32 females, 18 males, and 7 calves. That group should be ready to transfer this winter. We're expecting late December. ITC is planning to transfer them in 2 groups. To any tribe, any member tribe who would like any, you should receive a RFP for proposals for those animals. If you haven't, just let me or Megan know, and we can get you that information. And then those applications will be due September 3rd.
Okay, if you didn't hear that, the animals that, for the Zoom folks, the animals at Fort Peck include a cohort that will be released, I believe he said September, and to contact Dan or me, and there will be an RFP. Chris, Ryan, Marty, others that can, others that have comments. Chris, I understand Cam is pointing at you on the screen. I don't know if we have him is the question. Chris, no, there he is. He's here. We don't have your video, but that's fine if it helps the audio. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, is the audio better this way?
Let's see. Go ahead. Try one more time. My apologies. I had myself turned down.
Yeah, how is the audio? Is this reasonable?
Yeah, I think that's all right. Nobody's shaking their head. Go ahead.
Yes. You know, the immediate update for what's happening in the park is that we have 2 ITGs, 2 groups that are in phase 2. One of those groups is a group of 20 males, and we're expecting them to complete phase 2 in early winter, sometime between December and January. The second group is a group of 25 females and 3 males. They are currently breeding with intent to calve next summer. Regarding the expansion to the facility, we broke ground today in beginning to create 3 new pastures, which will increase capacity almost 3 times, being able to hold about 80 animals to close to 200 animals. You know, depending on how quickly this progresses, we're hoping to be able to enter at minimum 2 groups of 40 animals this winter. And regarding transfers from the park, 39 females and 2 males that were undergoing quarantine in the park were moved over to the pastures in Corwin in order to allow them to begin breeding to move into phase 2. And again, the intent for the next group leaving the park, it would be this winter, it would be a group of 20 males to be moved to Fort Peck when they complete testing.
Okay, Chris, the 20 males that would move to Fort Peck, when would that be? Just for, I missed it if you said it.
It would be early winter, possibly December or January.
Okay, thank you. Let's continue and then we'll come back if there's any questions. Other folks could mention Brian, for instance, any thoughts that you have to add?
Yeah, I can give you an update about the Corwin Springs facility. As Chris mentioned, in April, we received some females from the Yellowstone National Park facility. Those females were taken over to Corwin Springs and split into 2 cohorts, which similarly to the Yellowstone National Park female cohort, they are being bred at present. We also received a couple males last month from Stevens Creek to put in with those female cohorts to breed them. Otherwise, we have a small cohort that just calved this last spring. It's now comprised of 4 cows, 4 calves, and a bull. And those animals, as long as testing remains negative, will graduate in December, which means we'll probably transfer them, that group of 9, to Fort Peck in January. I said earlier in the call that when that group of 9 leaves, we will have a pen open. That pen is going to be very small. It's a residual pen that's holding those 11 animals now, and not intended for a full cohort. So we anticipate, again, after these 2 cohorts of cows calve and go through testing, that's when we'll be have enough room for larger groups coming from Stevens Creek. And that is about it.
Super. Excuse me, Ryan. Loud and clear. Chris, you were loud and clear. A little bit tougher, but it was easy enough for everyone to hear. Other comments on the quarantine facility before we new comments, and then we'll find out if anybody has any questions for the folks who've already spoken. Okay, for anybody here, questions for Chris, Ryan, Dan? All right, I guess sounds like that takes care of it. So status of the expansion we hit, bison transfer we hit, bison status at Fort Peck we hit, and transfers from Fort Peck. Did we hit that, Dan? Transfers from Fort Peck? Okay, we did, sorry. I can't wait, Kaylani, to get the video audio of this back because there's some things that I know my notes are lacking. Quincy, move on to the next one. C is we're at the bottom of the front page of the agenda, where most of the items actually for today are. Improve utilization of expanded bison habitat, especially on the west side tolerance area. I'm wondering if we should, let's just go down the list. I think hunt status, west side, including FWP hunt zone status. Hunt status or lack thereof, I guess, may also be a statement. Marina, is that going to be you or Adam, or who will take that on as far as what's going on the west side, and then also for all the treaty hunting drives and travel groups? Adam, do you have does Neil have that, or Dan has a microphone? You guys got them all over there. Thank you.
If I don't hit on whatever information is needed, just please let me know. So we're status quo, we still issue 40 licenses on the west side, 40 licenses on the north side, and 5 backcountry permits, and that's for the Beartooth area. Last year was the first year in a couple of years that we actually had state harvest. So we had 6 that were harvested. Total in 6 were on the north side, 4 were backcountry permits, but on the west side particularly, we had 10 harvested in the state. And the 2 years before, we had 0 harvested for state country. So a little bit more success, and we'll continue issuing the same permits that we did last year.
Can I just make sure, again, I may hear this hopefully. So 6 on the north side, 4 on the west side, or 6 on the north side?
6 on the north side. 4 of those were backcountry permits, and only 2 were harvested in the garden basis. And then the west side status was 10 total harvest.
Sorry, thank you. If the Zoom call isn't hearing that, then the west side was 10, and Adam pointed out that that's much more than 0 of the last couple of years.
Correct. The last couple of years we had 0 except for backcountry permits. So we harvested 16 out of 85 total permits. So there's no changes that I know of for next hunting season. It'll be status quo, 85 total permits.
Okay, so hunt status, west side, tribal hunt from any group, just leave it open for anyone who has an update. Tom, thoughts? Tom? This is a chance for Joe.
I am Joe. Just my pitch for the west side. I know many people talk about outside availability, what's out there, why aren't they there, and how can we fully utilize the tolerance zones that are in the IBMP know that both the state and Silascooty tribes had a proposal to not allow any hunting, basically north of Petkin Reservoir, all the way up to the Taylor Fork. At least for Silascooty tribes, that's still a standing order if all the other hunting agencies would also implement it. Then it would be an active regulation. So allowing for firing of buffalo up in that area, or as Tim was referring to, looking at all the options for this upcoming year, relocating buffalo in that area, and but to have buffalo go to the Taylor Fork and then go hunting, take them out, really just a chance to establish or develop migration would be a tragedy. So for the hunt agencies, it would behoove all of us to try not to hunt that area at all, and really want to use the expanded tolerance zones up to their full potential. And especially when we're talking about, thinking about, as Cam was saying, the next 20 years, thinking outside the box, getting out of this paradigm, we really need to figure out how we can utilize all the available habitat within the park, outside of the park, and beyond for buffalo. So I really kind of put it out there as a challenge for all the agencies to consider that west side to that central herd. How can we move buffalo and do that and protect them at the same time? Protecting them will be not hunting them. So it's certainly a standing order for Silascooty tribes, and I just would put that out there for the other hunting agencies. Along with that, I'm going to talk a little bit about, we talked about when I was a little guy, 63 years old now. We talked about buffalo and what's happening in Yellowstone. When I was a little guy, even before I was born, my dad was a smoke trooper in Yellowstone Park. Back then, we think about how Yellowstone first started, was created. There's 25, 30 buffalo. Actually, the federal law protecting buffalo started with Yellowstone, and we ended up with Lacey Act. So we go from 30 head of buffalo when in the 50s, we go to 500 head of buffalo. Today we're over 5,000 head of buffalo. So buffalo disappeared really quickly on the landscape in the 1870s. A million buffalo disappearing from Montana territory a year. It went really fast, but it takes time to bring them back. If you think about baby steps and advances, so during my lifetime, going from 500 buffalo to 5,000 buffalo is pretty good. Maybe it'll take another lifetime to that 500,000 buffalo. But I'm very optimistic to do that. So little baby steps. How can we do that? How can we be part of that? We have to control and restrain our own hunting in order to expand buffalo. We have to be active partners with landowners out there on the landscape. So we think that. Just want to put that out.
Tom, just to add, FWP still doesn't have that northern portion from the west side closed. So for us, it's hunting district 395, which covers from Big Sky down to the West Yellowstone side, and the Gallatin watershed portion is closed on the that changed a couple of years ago. Remain in place. So the Madison portion had get basin was open to hunting 40 permits, but the Gallatin portion, which would include the Taylor Forks, is closed. So if bison did make it up there, we would not be hunting them as a state at this point.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate the ideology behind that. And I look at it, like you said, I brought up salmon fishing. In 1977, this place called Blue Hole in Northeast Oregon was where my father took his fishing. It's one of the most beautiful places on planet Earth. But in 77, we saw the run diminish. There was nothing coming back. So I never went back there for 20 years. From 77 to 1997, I never fished that place, and it never had the runs like it used to.
Waiting for pairing.
Father and my grandpa at the time, he's passed away now, but talked about being a true steward of the resources. And he just said that we're not gonna go back there until they come back in numbers to where we could harvest. And so it took 20 years before I went back to Blue Hole. And last year, I remember we were talking about numbers of the central herd, looking at how, you know, it's diminishing right before our eyes. Habitat's crucial in that realm. I talk about tolerant zones as well. And, you know, kind of like with fishing, we get to a certain quota and we only harvest that many, and then we shut that river system down. And so kind of within the same approach with West Yellowstone was last year, it happened all on its own where there was no harvest from the Nez tribe in West Yellowstone. So it kind of played right into our hand in terms of not impacting that herd. And so I agree that it's a challenge, and I think it's something that tribes and other agencies need to look at if we are going to be the stewards and those that speak for those ones that can't speak for themselves. And that is one way to manage. I don't like using that word manage because I think it's something that sticks to us in the wrong way. And, you heard earlier, it's a way of life. And the way I look at it, it's reconnecting to a sacred trail that our ancestors walked before us. And so I try to keep that mindset when I go to these places and remember what hopefully they remembered and taught us. So West Yellowstone is one of those areas I think we need to look at in terms of how we orchestrate and facilitate the hunt and put a limitation, put a quota, if you will. I mean, at least it's a start. If we're not going to be uniform in terms of regulation and policy that governs those regulations, then at least, you know, maybe in a mindset of salmon, have a quota that we look at and say, we're only going to target 25 of these out of this herd this year. And then divide that amongst those that are willing to accept that number as a quota, that we limit ourselves so that we don't over-harvest or over-impact those buffalo, and to the point to where we see them, you know, diminish right before our eyes. So we need to do something, and thinking in those terms is something I think would be beneficial. So thank you.
Great, thanks. Other comments back regarding the West Side Hunt? What was status, upcoming thoughts about what changes there might be in the winter operations plan? Please. Sorry.
Yeah, well, no, you want to plan again? I just, I would like to, how can we can get like some kind of legislation that to overrule the states, you know, for instance, the states, boundaries, others, and go through Biden or somebody on to home free in Idaho, because they used to go to Idaho Park. And they don't go there no more, and that's where they're hanging them up, and they kill the grizzlies. You know, all grizzlies just kind of live. You know, his last days were live. They didn't have no teeth, and they killed it. But there's certain grizzlies out there, but you know, it's not just the bison, it's all these animals, species, everything from the plants to every whole life. And we see habitats, and you know, just diminishing. Everybody talks about the sage-grouse, and talks about everything. But yesterday, I should share with the table here when I was eating coming from the rest area over here. I was pulling up, and I see bald eagles on the beach of that river. We're looking for food, so perhaps salmon. They look cool, like we're hunting. I should have turned around to the photograph because someone's going to leave me. Then later on, the next one I see in the deer, doe and fawn drinking. So there might be some more, so I'm going to get up to take a photo. I never did. But that's an opportunity I'm going to cherish, and that's how we think about those guys. They need to hunt, but I would like to see more habitat. All of us really get this group, other groups come together and coalitions. It's Lexington Country River and ATI and USIP and others out there and NCAI with a plan with you guys to say, hey, this time, let's say these, what do you want to call them, hairy beasts, I don't know if you call them that, but they're our relatives and use it for ceremony. They need more habitat. Gallatin National Forest and the other one, and all those areas are there. And the stuff that the development stuff that people can buy them, if you tend to be a lot, it's just put selling these lands. I don't want to chop me off, so they're sure chop myself off.
There was a mention, you mentioned just now, Gallatin National Forest and habitat, and that's the next item. Jason, I'm not sure, I think you're there. Yeah, there you are. The next item is status of bison distribution and use on the west side habitat increase and west side habitat manipulation. I guess you're actually the third one, but Jason, if you're available and willing, we can see you. You can maybe see me over my head. You're on the screen, so go ahead.
Sounds good. Thanks, Scott. Should be able to keep it fairly.
Just a minute, Jason. I gotta turn myself back up. So nothing you said was heard. Go ahead.
Okay, how about now?
Now it's working perfectly. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, as far as west side habitat manipulation for number 3, I can keep that pretty quick. So like I previously talked about, the North Hebgen project has numerous both commercial timber sales as well as non-commercial habitat treatments in it. The biggest thing going on later this summer is the 3 commercial sales will all be active. So that's Hebgen Flats, kind of from the transfer station over west through Horse Butte. What we call Witt's Red, which is the Witt's Lake and Red Canyon area. And then further north and higher in elevation would be the Teepee Creek sale. While the project itself wasn't specifically geared towards bison habitat improvement, all the treatments, particularly those ones in Hebgen Flats where there are currently, where the habitat is utilized, will have that benefit of opening up the tree canopy for additional forage for bison. As we all know from previous IBMP meetings, that increase in forage will be somewhat limited by the productivity of the site. All 3 sales, particularly Hebgen Flats, will continue well into the fall and likely into the winter. I don't know what that schedule looks like yet, but just as far as it affects both state and treaty hunters, we'll make sure we're communicating with the partners on any impacts that might have with ongoing operations as we head into the hunt season.
Great, thanks, Jason. We got Jason on the screen right now. Any questions for what Jason just presented? No, Jason, you're good.
Perfect, thanks.
Thank you very much. And Kathy, did you have anything you wanted to add to any of that? You? Okay, Kathy's happy. All right, so we'll go back to the second one. Thanks, Jason. Status update on bison distribution of west and use of west side habitat is often a Julie Cunningham's question. I think we didn't really assign this one out, and I don't know if this one has anything to update. Is there anybody here who wants to take that on? Going once, going twice. Okay, again, the question, the bullet item that the group often speaks to is status update on bison distribution and use of west side habitat and issues there. And also Chris Jeremiah sometimes speaks to that. I'm going to just pause for 1 second and see if there's anyone who wants to chime in. Okay, sounds like not. Then the next 2 on the back page are actually kind of one and the same. Re-engagement of West Side owners, is that a goal for the partners? And similarly, one of the reasons for that engagement was status update or concerns on West Side safety issues once bison are moving along the 191 corridor. And previously, FWP and the Forest Service have led that. Is there any new thoughts there? Again, on 2 things, safety along the corridor and re-engaging Most of the partners and folks here will remember that the partners met in a couple of occasions with people on the west side, both for field trips and for a full meeting there. Brandon?
We don't have anything to report on that.
So I will just ask more of an open statement then for the partners is I have heard personally, just in the facilitator's role, for people saying it feels like we've forgotten the west side. Is there anything going on with the west side? So I'll just ask just out on the table if there's anything going on the west side with landowners. That's what, nothing going on the west side. Tom,
We can address that. Sorry, thank you.
So, I guess it's more of a question for Tim. Chris and Tim. As you mentioned that visitation is done at 30%. You're going to shadow the record this year. When I look at that highway, I look at that highway as a fence. The wildlife fence is its movement. Part of the we've always dealt with in bison field campaign that does some stalwart work to make sure bison can migrate across that highway, expand into horse fields or into the flats. But that highway is definitely a limiting factor for wildlife in the Greater Yellowstone, anything migrating to the west. Part of the tolerance zone. So I guess is there any new planning for even simply dealing with wildlife mortality on that highway relationship to buffalo from West Yellowstone up and then farther into the park where the highway goes into the park?
Good question. I'm not sure. I would make sure we keep in mind that and this isn't directly to your point. Having visitation in the winter months is 30,000 TLs done. The average visitation summer months is 1 million per month. So when the migration is happening is not aligned with when we have the highest visitation. It doesn't mean that's not something to look at, but I defer to Chris or Tim. I've not heard of anything that we're doing on that front.
No, and Chris might have a better data set off the top of his head, but I believe most of the vehicle-related bison mortality is actually in that stretch between West Yellowstone and the park boundary outside the park. That's all I have.
Behind you, Tim, you'll want to add, and Chris, if you're listening, Tim, while Neil speaks, Tim mentioned that you may have something you want to add about bison traffic interactions. Neil, please.
Yeah, just one thing that's going on right now with the federal transportation bill is that wildlife, for the first time in the history of that bill, has been mentioned. A lot of the science that's behind the policy of that was actually what was done in Wyoming on mule deer and pronghorn migration. Dr. Kevin Monteith out of the University of Wyoming. Anyway, this is influencing the potential or the funding for under and overpasses for wildlife. I just wonder if maybe if there's an opportunity, the state of Idaho, Montana, the Park Service, whoever that may be standing there willing and able to take some of that funding if and when that passes. We're prepared to do that if we have, maybe Chris can answer this, but some research that shows some of the bison movement and other wildlife movements that this might fit into.
To repeat, in case it's garbled on the Zoom in, Neil's mentioning that the federal transportation bill includes includes mention of wildlife and potential funding for things like overpasses, underpasses, and separation of wildlife. And Chris, your name has come up multiple times here. I'm not sure. It looks like you're still on, and to find out if you have any comments on that, and also Tim's statement about you may have better data on where any issues with bison and traffic have happened on west side. And it looks like you're off. Thanks, Chris.
It's a follow, but from what I'm heard, Tim is correct. The majority of bison-related car accidents happen on 191 north of West Yellowstone. I do think some of the environmental groups, such as the Buffalo Field Campaign, have put quite a bit of time into helping to, put up signs to slow such, which I do believe has helped reduce the number of incidents along one. There's that a big highway. If we're talking in the context of having animals go from the park to Horse Butte, the highway I don't see as a impediment to their migration. This probably goes back to when Julie and I and others were talking about how could animals move north into the expanded conservation area, with the 191 corridor being one of the most likely routes. And in which case, there's no doubt that the road will slow their ability, like Tom said, to explore into those areas.
Super, thanks, Chris. We have the executive director of VLC here, and if I can take the license, just to have him make a couple comments on the highway corridor.
Just before you hand it off, I'll write some data quick. So in 2020, there was 4 MVAs or motor vehicle accidents on US 191. That involved bison. 2 occurred in March, 1 in April, and 1 in November. And this year, there's been 2 MVAs. On the west side of 191, and both occurred in March. So we can go back further and look at more historical, but typically what we see is spring and late fall is when those accidents happen.
Good afternoon. My name is James Hall, Executive Director for Buffalo Field Campaign. That is true. Both of those fatalities were in March. I think we're the only organization that's out there at that time monitoring highway safety. There's a lot of signs that need to be put up. A lot of the migration happens at night, so we're out there in the middle of the night. It seems like most of the fatalities are driven by interstate semi drivers who just aren't familiar with that area. The semi can hit a buffalo and keep on going, so it's a tragic thing. We definitely feel like there's some more infrastructure that should be bolstered over there in West Yellowstone. We feel like the transportation bill and the infrastructure bill are natural places to increase funding to strengthen the infrastructure there, and that should go in concert with the increase of the population. There's definitely a lot more buffalo that could be on the ground over there, so it makes sense to us at the campaign that as the population targets increase, money should be shoveled over to the transportation corridor to strengthen the safety there. We feel like also on those federal lands out there, bison could be afforded more protections, such as being listed as a species of conservation concern. So there's just a lot that can be done with the habitat and all of that in those regions. So this is a good discussion.
Thanks, James. Could you say one more time? I apologize. Transportation bill, but you had added a second possible funding source.
Infrastructure, of course, they have language for sensitive species.
Sorry, just a second. Great, thank you very much. I appreciate you just doing that off the cuff. Other comments, questions regarding 191, safety issues, traffic issues, migration issues? I think we've hit everybody that was name was put forward.
Can we hand Bink? Oh, sorry.
We got Marty, please.
In case someone wants to explore that any further, I know the DOT has some really excellent maps and has been tracking those MVAs or incidents, and I think the deputy director a few years ago, Pat,
something gave us a map that was kind of useful to actually still on my little board. So if there's interest in seeing what that history is, I think that would be a good resource.
Great. All right, Wednesday, I think that closes up that topic, unless you've got something else that you want. Oh, sorry, Larry.
Thank you, Chairman Wolf. I just wanted to see if, I think we talked about this before. So I was curious, you were asking about a group earlier. Are we just going to talk about that, or is there, what coordination is going to occur after this meeting?
Very much a question open for the group. Is there something else to be done, or is it just information sharing at this point with respect to this point? Tom, do you want to lead a group to talk about Highway 191 safety?
Oh, you bet.
I'm not sure if that's facetious or not. And for folks on the Zoom call, Tom said, "You bet, I want to do that." I think that was facetious now that I see something like that.
No, I'm all about wildlife crossings. That highway is nothing but a virtual, it's a fence, no doubt about it. So we need to move wildlife across that road.
So you would be willing to, for folks on the Zoom call, Tom said that there's a fence, and you're seriously, then you would be willing.
Oh, yeah. So these two guys are right. There's new money available. Just got to get the around to do it.
So I'm just going to look around at the partners between Jeremy and Tom, and also saying this out loud for the Zoom folks. There is sort of a question regarding, is there funding available to do some kind of highway mitigation, maybe even overpass, underpass, something to improve safety on the 191 corridor? And now I'm understanding Tom serious. He said he'd be happy to lead a subcommittee, so that question is for the partners. Is that acceptable? And if so, we need some names, and then I can put out, this is the group who's going to work on that.
Hey, Scott.
I got a leader, first of all. Please, Julie. Just a second. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Scott, I don't know if Tom isn't in the loop on this, I can bring him into the loop. FWP is on a working group with Department of Transportation to redo the Cougar Creek Bridge and infrastructure. Forest Service are on this group too. It provides an opportunity to look at, working with an existing highway project and bridge redo and making wildlife infrastructure work at the same time. Maybe I can loop Tom and other folks into that as interested.
Okay, Julie, hang on there for a second. So Julie's pointing out there's already work being done, and that could provide the existing avenue. Tom says yes, Julie, loop him in. Other folks that would like to be involved in that. Carl Sheeler, or Carl, you would like to make a comment. Julie, hopefully you can hear Carl.
Yeah, I think the question that I had is what can this organization do to facilitate that in terms of what tools can we provide to ODOT, Fish, Wildlife and Parks, Serious Scrutiny, to pull down the money that we need to do the planning and get the structures in place.
Can I pass that to Julie? Julie, if you didn't hear Carl, he's asking, great, or effectively saying great, but what can the IBMP group do to help you guys with that in the role that the IBMP has? And I see you're off mute. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'd say I don't know. Department of Transportation is the primary on that. So I don't know if they want a separate thing, but one thing I'd caution is I've worked with Department of Transportation really closely for a lot of years, and there have been numerous groups of people interested in the 191 corridor from Bozeman all the way to West Yellowstone. There's another group of NGOs working with Department of Transportation right now. There's an enormous amount of interest, but Department of Transportation told us that they were behind on infrastructure needs. much less having a lot of discretionary funding for extra projects. So I guess what I think I was only offering is to increase communication with this group about what is currently happening as a starting point. If this group wants to start additional meetings with Department of Transportation on the west side on 191, I'm happy to help with those communications too.
So Carl, did that answer your question? Effectively, then Julie's saying, no, I'm not saying this is an avenue for the IBMP partners to operate, but she's happy to provide communication. So that puts us back, I think, Tom, to the spot of, does this group form a subcommittee on Highway 191 safety, knowing that Julie would probably be part of it and also be able to provide input from what MDOT is doing? Well, there's still a hands up and a yes, I think, from Tom. Do the partners want to convene a subcommittee to talk about 191 safety? Okay. So the answer from Cam, Kathy, do you have a microphone? Do you have a microphone there?
I just noticed that Jason has had his hand up for a while.
Oh, I don't have, my apologies. Jason, go ahead, please.
Yeah, it is a bit of a legacy hand, I guess I'll say. Julie covered pretty much what I would have mentioned as far as the Cougar Creek Bridge. And then just to reinforce what she said regarding coordination with MDT on that is when we went through initial planning with the North Hebgen project, we did talk with MDT and NGOs on highway safety related to wildlife in that corridor. And at the time, MDT did not have any interest in tackling that, largely from the standpoint of funding. And they look at it from the standpoint, as we've all heard, from a human safety standpoint. And that corridor does not show up as a hotspot in terms of property damage to vehicles, nor human injuries or fatalities when it's compared to other areas across the state. All that's to say is if we're going to undertake this, it seems like we have to have MDT support. Otherwise, it seems like we're wasting our time trying to do this endeavor.
Okay, so per Jason would be to not, and I know Cam had said, let's give you some names and sort of move on. Cam, please.
I see it a couple ways. There's probably a lot of easy things we can do. BFC's got information about what new signs people need, or, you know, we've got data compiled where we can look at lower speed limits or targeted enforcement with MHP or park rangers within the 191 corridor. I think there's actions that we can take, especially if we have the data to see where those incidents are happening. And then I think there's probably another level, which is kind of what we're getting into, it seems like, you know, the feasibility of a large infrastructure investment for wildlife crossing, which would cost, you know, $10–15 million, and what the state uses to prioritize those types of projects, and would this prioritize out well within their system? I don't know if it would or not, but it doesn't mean that we can't have some good conversations and some actions that can be taken that are relatively easy and effective, and you know, require a limited amount of investment.
So hopefully folks on the Zoom call were able to hear that, because it does involve multiple ones of you. Cam is saying that this thing breaks into two different realms. One is this big item ticket, you know, overpass, millions of dollars kind of concept, need MDT, etc. But another is smaller things like that James mentioned from BFC's standpoint about where signs should be. So, and also mentioned that you could get some names, and I've already just vis-a-vis this conversation written down Thomas, Lee, Julie, Jason, James from BFC, if you'd be willing to provide that input, and then Chris, Jeremiah, as folks that have been worked on the corridor in the west side before, and Tom, you'd be willing to just
call that group and see if you could come up with those two different, you know, an exploration of this big money, but more importantly, right off the bat, just some things to suggest like signage and that kind of stuff. Okay. And Tom is saying yes. We're going to give Tom the thing, but while I do, Julie, Chris, and Jason, if that's not acceptable to you, chime in. We'll give it to John first.
I just want to make a quick mention that with regard to state funding and prioritization, I believe the state center that currently covers most of that area is Pat Flowers, one of Region 3 supervisors who sits here, very familiar with these issues. So that might be someone who's mentioned that, might be someone who might be interested in assisting with something like this.
So unbeknownst to Pat, he has just been signed up for the group that Tom is leading, so you can do that. All right, I think we're ready to move off of that item. I did say I would look and make sure that no one said, no, I don't want to be part of that, and nobody's got their thing on. We don't have public testimony today, is my understanding. I think that's right. Okay. That would be mostly James, I think, with respect to where everybody's sort of structured in. And he just got to speak.
Scott, according to my agenda, we're back at lunch. I wanted to announce that we do have some soft drinks and cookies back here. Just an FYI. Thank you.
Okay, so people on the Zoom call, sorry, but Quincy was ready to go to lunch again, and maybe it's that's not gonna happen. That's a very good point, though. We caught him from behind. And so the next thing we're on is to the EIS discussion. Is there any need actually, do you want to just take a 5-minute break to go grab a cookies to enjoy and stay awake? And I think honestly, so Marina says yes. So we're going to just 5 minutes. This is not a big break. This is just to go grab a cookie. 2 minutes. Joe says 2 minutes. So it's very, very short. We'll be right back with a slight update about the EIS and then actually a fair wind down from there, I think.
Oh, that's dangerous. I think I pointed at you many times.
Yeah. That's a process.
Yeah.
Jeremy's doing it.
Greatest order.
Okay, I think we got everybody back. I think we made it under 5 minutes. Still got a couple people wandering in. Cookies are good. Hold it, something is happening here. For folks on the Zoom call, you can see, it looks like Quincy and Eric are handing. Leftover cookies are for the drive home, is that? Oh,
nice.
Quincy's handing out, it looks like leftovers. Marty's gonna get every potato from everyone and take it home. You want to say what this is? Well, thank you, sir. Yeah, you can. On. We'll wait until Quincy, yeah, sorry about my poor phone.
Santa Claus joke appropriate or? Thank you.
Wow. I guess you have a microphone. Do you want to make a statement on that? So everybody's back. Quincy was just kindly handed out something and we're going to give him a chance to.
Yeah, just a small token of our appreciation for you guys being here. Just wanted to say thank you again. Inside the bay is a 3-foot rope from Eric Cole massage therapy. I'm just kidding. I got to terrorize my big rope. But yeah, just a small token of our appreciation from the enterprises and from the Smithsonian government side. So thank you.
This time I will tell the Zoom call people, if you're not here, you're not going to get a free foot rub from Eric. So, and I hear there's like 7 of those coupons floating around.
Look under your plate.
Look under your plate. Hopefully in my bag. I'm just saying on behalf of everybody, I think I can do this. Thank you very much. That's kind of you guys. The next item is just an update on where we are with where the park is with the EIS that's upcoming. After that, and an opportunity to introduce any adaptive management topics. And after that, some status updates, review of the meetings, and then that's the last. And I believe Tim is going to do the update, and if you can do it into the mic, and if it's going to be long enough, you're welcome to come here to make sure we get folks on the Zoom call, and they can hear you. You want to come over here or
no? No, it'll be brief. In regards to the new NEPA, we are working with the DOI NPS Environmental Quality Division, developing, refining alternatives. I think in terms of sequencing and next steps, once we've settled on those, we have a variety of tasks ahead before we can publish a notice of intent, which is re-engaging partners, cooperating agencies, key stakeholders, briefing the NPS and DOI leadership, many of those positions which are just now coming into place. And that's really the upshot on the NEPA. And was there another briefing topic, Scott? Was that it?
Excuse me.
With regard to the EIS itself or with regard to updates?
Let's just,
Other updates. Let's hold on a second and just see if anybody has any questions on the EIS, and then then yes, there are further down. Any questions to Tim? Just on the short update on the EIS?
Yeah, I have one. So you said that you are, have a few more steps before you get to the notice of intent?
correct.
Okay, and do we have an expected date for that?
Can I speak to that?
So for the Zoom folks, the question is there a date for the notice of intent expectation? Cam, sorry.
That's right. So we went out 6 months ago to cooperating agencies and tribal partners. A very good conversation around a set of alternatives that I think were locking us into basically slightly different versions of what we've been doing for the last 20 years. We decided to reconstruct those alternatives, make them more aggressive, to really do a substantial amount more tribal engagement around those alternatives. So we're refining those alternatives now. We will re-engage the cooperating agencies and tribal partners over the next several months. The goal for NOI would be, we also have to brief it internally at the Secretary for the Park Service. The goal for that release would be sometime later this calendar year. And then, Scott, you want to just jump to
Sure.
Lawsuit update?
Yeah, so if anybody's following along, we're jumping down to what is slated in the 4 o'clock and the updates on the lawsuits, the 4th one, and we'll just work backwards to pick up a couple other, please.
With regards to lawsuits, and this is the NPS take on this, there's other partners at the table that are defendants. 2 lawsuits. The short version is that both of these suits are appealing rulings that have been made, essentially centering around court orders granting our request for remand without vacatur, allowing us to do additional NEPA and continue to operate under the interagency bison management framework. The Neighbors Against Bison lawsuit also, their appeal requests an enjoyment on hunting and BD until NEPA is completed, and to vacate the current version of the operating plan. The Cottonwood lawsuit actually requests to reverse the order dismissing the state of Montana from that suit and requests an injunction on AZ bison. These are both appeals, and briefs are occurring, hearings have yet to be scheduled. That's the snapshot from NPS perspective, unless Kathy has something to add additionally.
No, I think you covered what I know as well. They appealed to the 9th and going through the process of briefs have been submitted and waiting.
And any questions or further?
Also, we've got a slew of lawyers in the room. Is there anyone else who has insight that is involved in the case that wants to bring any items forward? No, just looking around. We do actually. Wow, we have 4 or 5 lawyers here. Cool. All right, I think we're good. Tim, let's
I have a question for lawyers. Okay. Did I pronounce vacatur correctly? Thumbs up. Thank you.
Just got your law degree.
All right. Tim knows how to speak Latin or whatever that is. That Latin? It is Latin. John says that's Latin. Okay, so we're working backwards. Marty, this one is, if you want me to kick this off the list, that's fine, but when you don't say it, I keep on the list, update on removing Priscilla orders from the CDT select agent list in case there's been any movement. And if that's not you and should be Ryan or anyone else, just let me know or let us know.
So yeah, if Ryan wants to raise his hand if he wants to, you know, take this baton from me or whether he wants to chime in. I don't believe, so okay, let me go back. So the USDA released a advanced notice of proposed rulemaking, ANPR, a year ago or so, which is the formal process by which rulemaking is launched to evaluate or remove, basically add or remove agents to select agents. They have not taken action on that ANPR as far as I know, but in the interim, like as we mentioned, USDA did provide a policy change to where they would re-permit exterior studies, so outside studies on Brucella borders within the endemic area, so that we're really, you know, interpreting that as being within the DSA. We are still managing the process right now of building a small coalition of folks to try to support and push USDA and CDC to final rulemaking to, you know, to remove Brucella borders. As has been recognized in previous efforts, we know it's still an unlikely outcome based on the fact that the Department of Homeland Security seems to be highly committed to their veto power over that final decision, and their resisting efforts to remove the agent from the select agent. So that's really where we're at right now. We'll see if some additional push has any effect to finalize that rule with Brucella removed.
Great, thanks. And based on all of that, I will leave it on the list because it seems like there's possible movement. If Brian, if you didn't hear that, Marty also said if Ryan has anything to add, he's welcome to, obviously. But if Marty covered it, that's fine. Oh, there you go. Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah, I only understood about 40% of what Marty said, so I really don't have any, at the risk of adding to that again, I don't have anything to add.
All right, thanks, Ryan. Okay. Let's see, final status of any final status of bias-related bills. I know Mike on the Zoom call last time you provided an update, and I believe it was. Is there anything else going on there, or can we pull this one off until the next legislature? Dan or Mike, I guess.
My understanding is that those two bills were passed and signed and have been given code numbers. So I think we're good for 2 years.
Right. All right. This still to Dan, and we may have covered this, I think, already sufficiently. Status support package, testing assurance, facility capacity, if not already covered. Are we good there, or is there any status update you want to provide?
No, I think we covered it. Just build or convert it into a 4-pen facility now. And we have 2 ITGs and 2 of the pens right now.
Yeah, super. I just put a note for myself. I'll just remove that one. Seems like it gets covered under the other aspects of the quarantine facility stuff, so it doesn't need to be here. Are there any other status update items that anybody wants to bring forward? I copy these and bring them forward from previous meetings, and not everybody responds and says, oh, we should get an update on that. So I'll just pause for a second. Is there anything else that folks want to just brief updates?
Scott,
please, Dan.
If we could get updates on the draft policy statement on the outdoor containment facility research from APHIS, that would be appreciated.
So Ryan, I know you're not hearing, I see Becky's on as well still, thank you. The draft policy statement on, sorry. Dan, can you repeat again? Draft policies, I know wants an update on the draft policy statement of.
For the outdoor research facility for brucellosis.
For the outdoor research facility for brucellosis. Ryan?
I can't give an update on the notice itself, but I will say that a group of state veterinarians and federal veterinarians are working on possible research projects in the light of that outdoor research policy. So they're exploring exactly what that policy means and whether it will enable us to do some further research on brucellosis or not.
So Ryan, for the notes there, Marty's going to jump in here too, but the notes would say that the research community is looking at if the policy goes through, what can we do with it, but it's still pending that. Is that correct? And I'm looking at Marty and he's kind of grimacing like that's a stupid question, but go ahead, Ryan.
That's my understanding. Yes, that's correct.
And Marty?
Yes, and that policy is available on the internet. So if you just Google outdoor research, USDA brucellosis, you should be able to find it. And if you can, shoot me a note and I'll be able to, I'm sure I have an email copy where I can get you a link.
And Marty's pointing out we can find that on the internet and I will add it to the meeting notes, whatever that link is. So I may be right. Dan, is that correct? Okay. Any other requested updates? Okay. Quincy, the two items that we have left are, one was, well, I'll go through three items. Opportunity for adaptive management topics. The group, honestly, over the last about 5 years has not made changes to the adaptive management plan, instead use the winter ops, but it does say in the partner protocols that at this meeting, I am to ask for if there's any potential changes to adaptive management, new fences, changes in the hunt timing, things that would go through the adaptive management planning. In theory, you were supposed to have submitted it to me to hand out. So I'm assuming the answer is no, but I'll just say that we did go through the question. Okay. And while I'm saying that, one thing to note is I don't know that the sign-up sheet actually went around, but I took pictures of every person in here. So we will, if there's any super spreader event, we know who you are. Quincy, the last item is planning for meetings. And then I think the item that we have that's currently open, we'll just leave as currently open to mean that should be done fairly soon. Quincy?
Did you say locations?
Yeah, the next item can potentially be the review of the 2021-2022 meetings. We think we know what they are, and I have them listed down there, but I guess the idea was just to give anybody the opportunity to say, no, that's not happening.
Yeah, I've talked to a few people, and a staff member of mine mentioned maybe how about Missoula for the next meeting. It's kind of a little closer kind of for everybody. There's still an airport if you choose to fly. Is that a consideration? Do you want to stay here or go to Bozeman? Usually the last winter meeting is in Chico or Bozeman, so.
So an open question on the floor of moving the meeting to Missoula, and moving is actually in quotes because of the pandemic. We, meaning the group, does not have a reservation. Chico is available November 30th, but not December 1st, which is the date that the partners set for themselves a year ago. Discussion? Okay, there's one vote for yes for Missoula. There's another vote for the park and CSKT for the folks on Zoom. Ryan, you're the only partner online. Is Missoula acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay.
But the question is, are they gonna have good food or like we do here? And potatoes, Marty.
Wherever that is, I'm.
Marty's only going if there's good potatoes, so,
I think Missoula would be fine, so we can start looking into those dates and the place.
okay, so with no downturned thumbs, is that acceptable with you, Kathy? Upturned thumbs, Mike is okay with that, I'm assuming? Okay, Bay, Tom's already yelled in.
Yeah, he did.
And you guys are both okay with it? Okay, so the concept will be then, do we stick with December 1? Missoula, I'll try to find a place like the Red Lion or one of those places. And the date of December 1, I think is fine. I don't think there's any reason to change that. No one has yelled at me that we should do. Okay. So December 1 in Missoula, and I'll get back to you when I find out where the group can go.
So, you were telling me this, if you already, you've been with Missoula? Now, come on, Brandon. Show that, show that, been with Missoula?
That means safe and yes. All right, so
let's go with Missoula.
So we're going with Missoula on December 1st. If you already marked your calendar, there's nothing new there because December 1st should be in your calendar and there was no location, just a question mark about Chico. There is, relative to what we have on the agenda, that effectively closes it. And I'll just ask at the risk of somebody choking me, if anybody wants to look at the items that are on the parked item list, or should we close and be done 45 seconds from now? Okay. Close and be done is voted for. Okay. Okay. Quincy, the floor is yours to bring us to a close.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. Again, thank you to everybody who was able to be here. I hope those who are online can be in person in Missoula. God willing, hopefully we can get keep people healthy, stay positive and strong. I hope that we can always make really good decisions for the ones that cannot adapt. We're the one that made a lot of these mankind has made these obstacles. And I hope that we can come together and do the best that we can for the well-being and prosperity of our relatives here. I want to give a big thanks to my staff, Neil, Mike, Adam, Lee, the commission staff. This is a team effort, and I want to also say thanks to the rest of the partners of IBMP Portland, this first host another year. And big thanks to Scott. I know he was pushing the panic button on us for a little bit there. He's out backpacking, and but we got things taken care of. I want to say thanks to the enterprise staff and the cooks. A little partial to the cooks because the head cook is my sister. So, but I'll let her know that the spuds are improved on Marty. So thank you all. Travel safe. God bless you and your families. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's G14 classified a family.
So as we're closing for the Zoom folks, there is a request for the potato recipe that may show up in the report of this meeting. Thank you, everybody, and drive safely, and super thanks to the tribe for all the work to have the meeting.